Fireside Horror presents The Killing Kind by Bryan Smith. Narrated by Blair Dade. Diary of a Mixed-Up Girl, blog entry dated March 27, 2010. Holy shit, this geezer looks so funny with his ear cut the fuck off. Oh my god. 2 comments. Lord Ruthven, where are you? You need to call your folks ASAP. Everybody's worried sick about you, and nobody believes this ear mutilation bullshit, okay? Darkest Rogue. LOL, yeah, love ya, but somebody's just wanting attention. 1. March 22nd, 2010. The girl looked like one of those gothy rocker chicks he was always getting friend requests from on MySpace. They all had sort of the same look. Pale, clear skin, at least one visible tattoo. Hair always that same alluring shade of raven black, usually cut in a style at least vaguely reminiscent of Betty Page. Interests always included body modification, metal, rockabilly, burlesque, and horror movies. The overall look? Hot groupie backstage at a Marilyn Manson concert. Pin-up models for a new dark age. Sexy? Fuck yeah. And this one was rocking that gothic slut look as well as any chick on MySpace. Black pumps, thigh-high black and white striped socks, very brief, and tight black skirt. Black misfit skull shirt. Plump lips, a shade of scarlet so vivid, it was almost blinding. The requisite black as night hair framing a pretty pale face, subtly applied makeup accentuating intense blue eyes, thin silver necklace draped about her slender throat, from which dangled what, holy shit, looked like a pentagram pendant. She was fucking gorgeous. Satanic eye candy. Slender, but not so skinny that she looked like one of those starving Hollywood bimbos with some nice but not too dramatic curves that stretched those socks and that tight little skirt in some very interesting ways. And that tantalizing glimpse of creamy thigh visible between the tops of those socks and the hem of that skirt. Man. Rob Scott always approved those friend requests. His page was full of horror graphics and his interests all skewed in the same direction. Dark. He listed Asia Argento as the person he'd most like to meet. He knew the girls only added him as part of a relentless drive to pump up their friend counts, but he didn't care. He was their natural audience. As he leaned against his car, his right hand squeezing the handle of the gas pump, he idly wondered whether this chick had a MySpace page. Probably. Hell, she might even be on his list. Wouldn't surprise him, from the looks of her. Or maybe not. Even amongst the many dozens of girls on his list with the same basic look, this one would stand out. He was so entranced by her, he at first failed to notice that she was looking right at him. She was on the opposite side of the street from the Quick Mart, standing at the edge of a little strip mall's parking lot. Rob's heart fluttered a bit when he became aware of her scrutiny, but then he decided she was merely looking in his direction, not at him specifically, though it was hard to tell from this distance. Then the traffic cleared, and she started across the street, toward the Quick Mart, toward him. No, that was just stupid wishful thinking. As soon as she was on this side of the street, she would almost certainly veer into the store, where she would buy, hell, whatever chicks like that buy at shitty little convenience stores. Cigarettes, gum, a can of Red Bull. Who knew? And did it fucking matter? No. She reached the Quick Mart's parking lot and continued in a straight line toward him. Rob gulped. There could be no doubt now. Her eyes were locked on him. The subtlest hint of a smile twitched the corners of those blood-red lips. His breath quickened. He had to force his hand to relax its grip on the gas pump, which had already clicked off anyway. She was close now, 10 yards away. Too close, by far, for a more analytical part of his mind to wonder why on earth one of the most mind-numbingly attractive women he'd ever seen was so focused on him. But the sexy, subtle sway of her hips turned his brain to mush. Too bad, because if he'd been thinking at all, he may have detected a hint of something predatory in her demeanor. But then, she was standing in front of him, those startling blue eyes still locked on his. He figured he should say something, so he opened his mouth, but no words came out. He didn't have the first clue what to say. As it turned out, it didn't really matter. A canvas tote bag was slung over her right shoulder. Her eyes never left his as she reached into it and removed something. She stepped closer to him, close enough to embrace. Rob swallowed hard, struggled to breathe for a moment as he felt his face turn hot. Then he felt it. The thing pressed hard against his belly. He frowned. That can't be. He glanced down, and excitement gave way to confusion and terror. The barrel of a revolver, a .38, was pressed into his midsection, the sight digging painfully into his navel. Rob didn't know much about guns, but he knew enough to understand that this was no toy. Holy shit, he thought. I'm being mugged by a fucking hot chick. It was crazy. She could have just asked him for his money, and he would have given it to her. Every cent. Look at me. Rob looked at her. What? I don't... What? Shut up. Rob closed his mouth. The girl twisted the gun barrel harder into his stomach, eliciting a small whimper. I need a ride. I like your car. You can have it. She smiled. No shit. You're coming with me. But why? She leaned closer, her voice dropping to a whisper as her lips grazed his own. Simple choice, boy. Come with me, or... She laughed softly. Bang, bang. Rob made himself swallow and cleared his throat. I guess I could go for a ride. That soft laughter again. Seductive, but insidious. That's what I thought. Let's go. The wheels started spinning in Rob's head again. He had to think of a way out of this. He couldn't let this girl carjack him. Hot or not, she had a gun. She was threatening him with it. She was a fucking criminal. The crazy bitch might even kill him once she was able to get him somewhere isolated and quiet. He had an idea. It wasn't much, but it was all he could think of with this much stress bearing down on him, so he seized on it. He gestured at the convenience store with a slight tilt of his chin. I have to go inside to pay for the gas. That little laugh again, her breath warm on his face. I don't think so, asshole. Fine, whatever. We'll just drive off without paying. Rob couldn't believe how calm his voice sounded to his own ears. Not even a hint of a quaver. Of course, his heart was racing, and his guts felt like they were trying to rearrange themselves into new and deeply uncomfortable configurations. But at least he didn't sound rattled. It might not count for much, but maybe, just maybe, it'd render the fib he was telling a touch more believable. Hell, I think it's a great idea. The cops will be on our ass fast, and I'll be rescued from your psycho clutches. So let's go. The girl pressed the gun even harder into his stomach, which he wouldn't have thought possible. If she had a knife in her hands instead, she'd be disemboweling him right now. I saw you swipe your card at the pump from across the street. You lying fuck. Rob's heart sank. Fuck. The girl's expression hardened, but strangely, this only enhanced her prettiness, emphasizing her cheekbones and the elegant curve of her jawline. You know what I hate? Rob looked at her lips. God, he hadn't known Revlon or who the fuck ever made a shade of lipstick that bright, that red. And the way the lips looked, so plump and moist. Holy hell, he ached to kiss her, which was about 6,000 shades of fucked up, given the circumstances. He made himself swallow again and said, What do you hate? There it was, that quaver he'd expected to hear before. Liars. Rob's brow furrowed as he squinted at her. What? Liars. I fucking hate liars. Rob couldn't help it. He laughed. Hold on. You have no problems with threatening to kill a guy and steal his car, but you hate liars? That's right. Rob grunted. Huh. Well, shit. I don't really know what to say to that. You don't need to say a goddamn thing. Your approval isn't something I require, liar boy. You're not very nice. She almost smiled. It was very quick, and he nearly missed it. Just the slightest and most fleeting twitch at the edges of her mouth. There and gone in the space of a nanosecond. No shit. What was your first clue? The gat in your gut, or my sweet disposition? Did you just say gat? Yeah. Problem? It makes you sound like a gangster mole in some old movie. So? Rob thought. This conversation is insane. He shrugged. Whatever. Just an observation. Rob's head turned slightly at the sound of an approaching motor. A silver Hyundai was pulling up on the opposite side of the pump. The girl saw the Hyundai and pressed herself against him. Her lips were soft against his ear. Put your arms around me. What? She made an almost inaudible sound that nonetheless managed to convey deep exasperation. Hold me, you fucking idiot. You've got about 5 seconds to make these people think I'm your girlfriend, unless you want me to shoot you now and blow them away too. Rob didn't bother commenting on the craziness inherent in this question, but only because there was no time. The Hyundai's doors were opening. He put his arms around the girl and drew her close. She pressed against him. He suppressed a whimper as the gun's sight dug harder into his navel. A middle-aged man stepped between gas pumps en route to the Quick Mart and shot an approving half-smile, half-smirk at Rob. The guy was a bit on the heavy side and probably envied Rob more than a little right then. An even heavier middle-aged woman with sagging breasts appeared and followed him toward the convenience store. She glanced at Rob and his girlfriend and scowled, an expression that did nothing to enhance an already sour demeanor. Probably knew her man had been ogling the super-hot chick in his arms. Rob figured any jealousy either of them felt would vanish if they could see the gun. But it was now effectively concealed from anyone's view. Rob watched the portly couple enter the Quick Mart and sighed. They're gone. The girl didn't say anything for a long second. Her lips were pressed against his ear, and he felt her draw in a slow breath. Okay. Another second or two passed. Let go and ease back. Rob did as ordered, removing his arms from her waist and shuffling backward a step. He glanced at the gun, and then looked her in the eye again. So what now? The girl turned her head to stare at the strip mall across the street. Rob sensed she was searching for something specific. He followed her gaze, but couldn't identify whatever it was. There were a lot of cars over there and a number of random people strolling through the parking lot. Hard to tell what she was looking for, but in another moment he detected a new sense of urgency from her. It was evident in her suddenly rigid posture and a slight quickening of breath. She stepped back and slipped the gun back inside the tote bag, but held the bag in a way that made it clear the gun was still pointed right at him. "What happens now is you finish up here and open the passenger door for me, just as if I really am your girlfriend. Then you go around to the other side and get in behind the wheel. You do all this smooth as shit, or I will really fucking kill you, man. No joke." Rob studied her steely expression. She definitely was not joking. He removed the gas nozzle from the rear of the Galaxy 500 and docked the handle on the pump cradle. The pump's digital display asked him if he wanted a receipt. He pushed the button marked N and turned back to the car. The girl was already waiting for him on the convertible's passenger side. He circled the car and pulled the door open for her. The car's top was down, so were the windows, of course. It was a nice, sunny day. Only a jackass would cruise around in a cool old car like this, with the top up on a day like this. But now, Rob wished it had been raining. With the top and the windows down, there would be no blind spots for the psycho chick as he circled back around the car, and she would have a clear shot at him the whole time. Her smile told him she knew exactly what he was thinking. "Close the door after me like a gentleman and get in. And be cool about it. I feel like anything hinky is happening, I'll start blazing." "Hinky?" The girl gave him a quick peck on the cheek, presumably for the benefit of any casual observers, a continuation of the boyfriend-girlfriend charade, and smoothly eased herself into the Galaxy's passenger seat. Rob wiped lipstick from his cheek and stared for a second at the bright smear of red on his thumb. It looked like blood. "Fuck," he thought. "This is really happening. Run. For fuck's sake, run." The girl was looking up at him, her expression hard again, and her right hand was in the tote bag again. "This," she said. "What?" "This thing you're doing, standing there." The girl's hand moved inside the tote bag. "It's hinky. You should do something to ease my mind right about now." Rob started moving. He was shaking. The hard asphalt beneath his feet felt like it was on the verge of turning into quicksand. That would be great, actually. Super. Let the world open up and swallow him whole. It couldn't be any worse than having some crazy chick with a gun take him for a ride down the highway to hell, which was sure to be a dead end. Emphasis on dead. Somehow, though, he managed to reach the Galaxy's other side without falling over or otherwise freaking out. A miracle. He opened the driver's side door and slid in behind the car's big red steering wheel. He pulled the door shut and started shaking. "Oh, Christ. Fuck. Oh, fuck." The girl stared at him. "Scared?" "Shitless." "Good. You'll be fine as long as you're too scared to try anything stupid." "Okay." "Start the car." Rob stared at his right hand and made himself to concentrate until it stopped shaking. The key was already in the ignition. He twisted it, and the old V8 engine roared to life. He leaned back against the seat and looked at the girl again. "What now?" "Hold on." She set the gun on the dash and began to root around in the tote bag. He heard a lot of things clanking around. He looked at her. The whole of her attention seemed focused on the task of locating something inside the bag. He looked at the gun. He reached for it. Her fist came out of nowhere, drilling hard into the side of his nose. Pain snapped through him, and he rocked backward in his seat. A trickle of blood leaked from one nostril and dribbled past his lips into his mouth. His eyes went wide as he stared at her. The gun was still on the dash, but any thought of reaching for it again withered and died. Rob's mind reeled. The world was spinning off its axis. The things happening to him were so completely alien and beyond his realm of experience. He'd seen his share of schoolyard scrapes, like anyone else, but no one in his adult life had ever punched him. The violence was beyond shocking. And it didn't matter one bit that she was a girl, or that he was bigger and probably stronger. She possessed the savage quickness of a feral thing, and she would never hesitate to wound or inflict pain. These things were every bit as obvious as her beauty. He had never felt so intimidated in his life and was terrified at the thought of doing anything else at all to anger her. She set the tote bag on the floorboard. The sun glinted off something shiny in her hands. Rob frowned. Handcuffs. She reached across him and grabbed his left wrist. She slapped one of the bracelets around it and snapped it shut. Then she snapped the other one around the steering wheel. Rob gaped at the sight of his cuffed hand. He looked at her. Is that really necessary? I found the judicious use of restraints an effective way to keep morons like you in line. Seems a bit overkill to me. And I'm not a moron. I don't care what you think. So shut up and drive, idiot. Rob put the Galaxy in gear and tapped the gas pedal. The car rolled away from the pump. Stop. Rob stepped on the brake pedal and looked at her. She was staring at the strip mall parking lot again. The Galaxy was stopped at the edge of the Quick Mart's lot. The street between the strip mall and the convenience store was temporarily clear of traffic. He coughed. Should I just drive over there? No. Wait. They waited. Several minutes passed. A van pulled out of the strip mall's parking lot and turned right onto the street. The girl punched his shoulder. Follow that fucking van. Rob stared after the van for a moment before obeying the command. The road between the strip mall and the Quick Mart was a narrow 2-lane deal. He'd gotten a good glimpse at the people inside the van as they'd pulled onto the street. It was filled with several young people roughly the same age as his abductor. They were all maybe 3 or 4 years his junior, college age. But they didn't look like this girl at all. They looked, well, normal. His hesitation was brief, but long enough to be noticeable. He tried to think of a non-sinister reason why she would want to follow the kids in the van. Nothing came to mind. The gun was in her hand again. She pressed it against a spot on his thigh. This is where your femoral artery is. I shoot you here, you bleed out fast. Rob stepped on the Galaxy's gas pedal. There was a blare of horns as the old car shot out into the street. Rob ignored the subsequent angry gestures. He cranked the wheel hard to the right and hurried to catch up to the receding van. 2. March 22nd, 2010. She could no longer stand the sound of his voice. Seriously, this is how fucked up things had gotten between Zoe Martin and Chuck Kirby, her boyfriend since the summer between their junior and senior year at Smyrna High School. Seriously, her head started hurting every time he opened his mouth. It set her teeth on edge. It didn't matter what he was saying or what the tone of it was. He could be happy and laughing, cracking jokes, or angry and lashing out at her, though that was pretty rare. He could say something sweet, the kind of thing that should melt a girl's heart, and it would only make her want to throw up. Thing was, they'd just been together too long. More than 3.5 years now, coming up hard on 4 full years. Spring break was here, which meant summer was just around the corner. The prospect of yet another anniversary as Chuck's girl stirred feelings of desperation and dread. Sometimes she could feel her youth melting away, disappearing in slow but relentless drips down a cosmic drain. Every passing day was another lost chance at something new. It made her so fucking sad. And maybe that made her immature. a notion she'd lost some sleep over in recent months. But she'd come to accept her feelings as genuine. She didn't care if it meant she was shallow. She was young, still a few months shy of legal drinking age, so she was allowed. The time had come to embrace immaturity, while she was still in a stage of her life where that was acceptable. In 2 short months, her junior year at Vanderbilt University would be history, as would her relationship with Chuck. She wanted to be truly carefree again, to revel in her youth and experience a level of emotional freedom that hadn't been hers since high school. There would be a time for a forever relationship somewhere else down the line. Somewhere way down the line, preferably. And with someone other than Chuck. She'd made the decision weeks ago. She kept it to herself so far, whispering nary a word of it to anyone, not even her closest friends. This goddamn excursion to Myrtle Beach was the main reason she hadn't made it official yet. The trip had been in the planning stages since the end of the previous summer. Chuck's father, a big-shot developer, was paying for everything. The ostentatious beach house and the van rental being the primary expenses. The big Chevrolet Express guzzled enough gas to give your average environmentalist a coronary. But Conrad Kirby's platinum card largesse rendered even the rising fuel prices meaningless. Everything was covered, down to the incidentals. But it wasn't just the money holding her back. There were her friends to consider. Annalisa Collins and Emily Sinclair. Not just her friends, but her best friends, a connection extending back into childhood, long before Chuck had come into the picture. So Conrad's undeniably generous invitation had been extended to them as well. Zoe just didn't have the heart to ruin it for them, so she'd decided it'd be easier to just delay the big breakup drama a little longer. She wouldn't do it right after they returned, either. Too tacky, that. Not to mention a touch too obvious. After a lot of thought, she'd come to the conclusion it would be best to wait until just before the end of spring semester. That way she'd get free just ahead of the dreaded summer anniversary. Sure, Chuck would be upset for a while, but he'd get over it. It was something to look forward to. In the meantime, you shouldn't have been so mean to that girl. Emily was talking to Chuck again, giving him more shit about the run-in with the goth chick back at the strip mall. Unlike Zoe, she was not at all reluctant to confront Chuck or call him out on his bullshit. Zoe generally thought Chuck was all right, a touch too arrogant, sure, but some of that was to be expected given his privileged upbringing. But underneath all that, he was a decent, caring guy. Still, Emily was right. He had been pretty mean. Chuck and Joe Walker, his best friend, were up front, with Chuck planted behind the wheel and Joe slouched down in the shotgun seat, an open tall-boy can of Bud held between his legs. Chuck grunted. "Oh, little Miss Bleeding Heart's all offended and shit." Joe laughed and knocked back a swig of beer. "Yeah, Em's all about cultural diversity and respecting our mutual fucking differences and shit." He twisted in his seat and poked his head through the gap, a grin lighting up the part of his handsome face, visible beneath the black shades perched atop his nose. "Good thing she's such a good lay." Emily's tone turned frosty. Want to guess who won't be getting any for a while?" There was a snort from the back, and Annalisa's exuberant voice rang out. "Yeah, right! You're like this one!" She nudged her boyfriend, Sean Hewitt, who was back there with her. "Too horny to go without more than a day." "I've heard the stories. He'll come begging for it, you'll mess with him a little, and then you'll both wind up making enough noise to scare the neighbors half to death. Go on, tell me I'm wrong." Zoe glanced up from the copy of Entertainment Weekly open in her lap and saw Emily struggling to hold back a smile. She gave up and shook her head, hiding the smile by twisting it into a smirk. "Whatever. He will have to beg for it, though. I guarantee that." Joe shrugged and laughed again. "I'll beg all you want, baby. Hell, You can tie me up and spank me for being such a bad boy, too. Emily's smirk deepened. Yeah? And maybe even make you wear a dress again. Again? Chuck looked like he wanted to puke. Oh man, my best friend's a fucking cross-dressing perv. Gross, dude. Emily chuckled. Perfectly harmless fetish. Joe knocked back some more beer and laughed. Dude, you'd do it too if it meant you got to hook up with that every night. He jerked a thumb in the direction of his girlfriend. No shit, man. And I'm not just saying this because I'm already half buzzed and it's barely noon, but Em is the greatest fuck of all fucking time. I'd shoot a man in Reno. Just one taste of her sweet, sweet pussy. Zoe made a face. You're disgusting. Joe grinned. Disgusting, but adorable. Emily rolled her eyes and heaved the sigh of the long suffering. Joe, because you worship the ground I walk on, I can cut you some slack for the stupid things that come out of your mouth. But your friend up there is a fucking douchebag. Zoe slapped the magazine shut and gaped at her. Emily! Chuck laughed. Oh, you're gonna get it now. My girl won't take that kind of talk about her man, will you, honey? Sean Hewitt chimed in from the back. Catfight. Hot lesbian catfight. The comment elicited a boisterous round of laughter and catcalls. Joe started looking for his camera and making comments about putting up a video on YouTube. Emily looked at Zoe. She was still smiling, and there was a disquieting knowing quality in the cast of her features. Zoe stared back at her and, as always, was struck by her friend's classic, elegant beauty. She looked like a film star of the 1940s, refined, assured, oozing intelligence and sexuality, with a slender neck, kissable lips, and the cheekbones of a silver screen goddess. The kissable part Zoe could attest to, having made out with Emily a time or two. That radiant face was framed by dark hair cut in a choppy style. Looking at her now, Zoe realized her friend bore a passing resemblance to the goth girl Chuck and Sean had treated with such obnoxious derision. The resemblance was pretty close, actually, with Emily as a less garish and more sophisticated version of the younger girl. And maybe that was a little part of why Emily was so pissed at Chuck. The larger part being that she simply hated his guts. Emily's eyes flicked toward Chuck. Oh, please, she's no more your girl than I am, and I'd rather be flayed alive and fed to rabid weasels than touch you. The van's interior went deathly silent. Zoe's heart began to race. Emily couldn't know about her plans to break up with Chuck, right? Or had she gotten too drunk one night and told Emily something she couldn't remember? It was vaguely possible, but she hadn't done a lot in the way of excessive drinking since making her decision. Nonetheless, paranoia took root inside her and made her want to scream. It was too soon for this, and pretty much the worst possible time for it. Chuck glanced at the rearview mirror. You're full of shit, Emily. An amused grin played at the corners of Emily's mouth. She looked at Zoe again. Am I, Zoe? Zoe seethed inwardly. There was only one way to defuse the situation and prevent the vacation from turning into a total disaster before it was barely underway. Shit. I'm your girl, Chuck. Em's just fucking with you. But she does have a point. You shouldn't have been such a dick to that girl. Chuck slapped a palm against the steering wheel. But she was a freak. Christ, you saw her. His voice took on the thick, warbly tone Zoe thought of as his retard voice. Ooh, look at me. I'm all fucking alternative. I'm all goth as fuck. Look how different I am. Look at all my piercings and tattoos and my freaky fucking clothes. Oh, I'm just so much cooler and with it than all you square preppy fags. Ooh. He cleared his throat again and shifted back to his normal tone. And fuck it. I'm not apologizing for anything. I hate that shit. People like that are the biggest posers of all. Maybe she learned herself a good fucking lesson today. Joe barked laughter. "The one and only Chuck Kirby, ladies and gentlemen. The man, the myth, the legend." "The fucking asshole," Emily added. But this time, she was ignored. Joe opened another beer and slurped foam from the top of the can as it burbled out of the opening. He wiped his lips and leaned between the seats to show Emily a foamy grin. "Can't let any go to waste. That'd be alcohol abuse." Emily sighed again and glanced at Zoe. "Boys, how I hate them." Zoe shrugged a what-can-you-do gesture. "Yeah." Joe gasped. "How dare you? We're not boys. We're men. We're barbarians," Chuck suggested. "Yeah!" Joe swigged more beer. At this rate, he'd be passing out later in the afternoon. "We're barbarians! We're fucking cavemen!" He held his hand up for a high five, and Chuck obliged him. Zoe listened to them trade beery inanities, back and forth, and felt the beginnings of a fresh headache. Every stupid thing out of Chuck's mouth just made it worse. She snared some Tylenol from her purse and washed the pills down with a gulp of Coke. She picked up her magazine and again tried to concentrate on it. But it wasn't easy. She could feel Emily staring at her. It made her anxious and paranoid. She had the uneasy sense that her friend could see her every thought. Eventually, she turned away from Emily and closed her eyes, pretending to fall asleep. But the feeling didn't go away. 3. 1 week earlier. The days were getting warmer, but it wasn't quite full spring yet, and the nights in Tennessee still possessed enough of a chill to set teeth to chattering, especially this close to the border with Kentucky. The breeze didn't slice through your flesh quite the way it did up north when the weather was cold, but any sane person would find the conditions nippy enough to at least warrant a light jacket or sweatshirt. However, the man sitting cross-legged in a grassy field adjacent to a stretch of I-40 was not sane. At all. The earth beneath him was still slightly damp from last week's rains. With his eyes closed and his head tilted upward, he appeared to be in a meditative trance. He sat perfectly still and outwardly looked as peaceful as a Buddhist monk. However, he was attired only in a ragged and dirty piece of fabric that had once, in its former life as a young woman's halter top, been as brilliantly white as a mound of uncut cocaine. The bit of flimsy fabric was tied in a knot around his waist, and the little flaps in front and back just managed to cover his genitals and ass cheeks. The doctors who cared for this man up until a month earlier would not have referred to him as insane in any official documentation. That word long ago fell out of vogue in the medical community, mostly because it has come to be seen as too limiting a term, or too inflammatory or insensitive. A relic of a less enlightened time. The man's doctors instead opined that he exhibited a number of symptoms typical of various abnormal brain syndromes: schizophrenia, bipolar syndrome, psychosis, etc. His chart back at the facility, where he'd spent the bulk of the last 15 years, contained reams of notes detailing what was described as hallucinations and an elaborate but clearly delusional belief system, including reports of his frequent consultations with a spirit guide he called Lulu. The man knew the details of his chart well. He'd snagged it on his way out of the loony bin and carried it with him in his bag. It made for very interesting reading when he wasn't raping or eviscerating someone. Although he'd not been labeled insane anywhere within those pages, he knew what his doctors really thought. For instance, there'd been the time Dr. Freeman had referred to him as a fucking psycho when instructing a team of orderlies to remove him from his office. Well, their opinions of him no longer mattered. They were all dead. Zebulon Elias Getty had slaughtered them in the process of escaping the facility, and he'd done so without regret. Lulu said they deserved to die, and that was good enough for him. Telling him who should die was just one of the many ways in which Lulu was useful. She also often would tell him how he should go about killing the people she identified as wicked. Tonight, for example, she had specified that a particular target deserved to suffer an especially prolonged and agonizing death. Zeb always did his best to perform in the manner prescribed, although there were times when Lulu would fall silent in the middle of a killing, and he would be forced to improvise. Whee! Zeb's eyes fluttered open. A man was dancing in the tall grass some 20 feet straight ahead of where he sat. The dancing man was wiry, his slender, raw-boned body a whirling mass of flesh that looked translucent in the moonlight. Legs spinning him about in a drunken stagger, arms upraised and stretched out to his sides in imitation of a helicopter's rotors. In this case, apparently the rotors of a badly damaged helicopter on the verge of a flaming spin-out toward the ground below. The man made chugging sounds between crazed whoops, noises meant to mimic the sound of failing rotors. Here in the dark, you could squint and almost imagine he was a child on a playground, engaged in a bit of innocent, rambunctious fun. A few things made it impossible to buy into the illusion completely. The haggard, gaunt features, the livid knife scar down his left cheek, the explosion of bushy, scraggly hair atop his head, which might have resembled a cut-rate clown's bedraggled fright wig had it not been so irretrievably, disgustingly foul, thus indicating it was always attached to his head and had quite likely not been washed in years. But all of this only served to make him look like a career hobo. Unpleasant, yes, but hardly remarkable. The man's name, supposedly, was Clyde Weatherbottom. 2 things distinguished Clyde from your garden-variety psycho-vagrant. 1, he was completely nude. 2, wound in the fingers of his right hand were many long strands of formerly lush, and now sticky with coagulating blood, blonde hair. The hair was attached to the severed head of an attractive young woman. Formerly attractive, Zeb thought and smiled. The rest of her body was staked to the ground on a patch of pushed-down grass directly in front of Zeb. She'd been stripped of her clothes at the outset of the evening's festivities, and though she'd endured a lot, her body remained a work of natural art. From the proud jut of her large breasts, to the sweet swell of her hips and the tender slope of her flat but soft belly, and down to the sculpted length of her long, elegant legs. Zeb supposed the ragged and bloody neck stump would have robbed the lovely vista of any inherent eroticism for most people. But he was not most people. For Zeb, it was just another means of ingress. In other words, he'd fucked it. This was not normal, of course. Even he knew that. It was the kind of thing crazy people did. He was crazy. Hence, stump fucking. Fuck that politically correct BS the docs were forced to spew. Some had attempted to link his erratic behavior with the onset of puberty and hormones gone haywire. Others had looked for a root cause in the ferocious abuse he'd endured at the hands of his father. All a crock, far as Zeb was concerned. He'd been stone-cold cuckoo from the beginning. He could recall watching Mr. Rogers on PBS as a toddler and thinking how he'd like to pull the man's eyes out and eat them raw. So yeah, Zeb knew the truth. He was crazy, like the regular folks said, and had probably had been born that way. When you looked at it that way, you could almost see all these killings as being the work of the Lord, kind of, but not really. God was the creator, and he had made him this way. Crazy. But God didn't make him kill. That was all on Lulu. And Lulu had always been there, whispering naughty things to him during his childhood. Things that disturbed and excited him at the same time. Ideas about interesting things to do with knives and bricks. He would sit in a classroom and smile at a cute girl who would maybe smile back, never imagining the true content of his thoughts. She would think he had a crush on her. But instead, he would be thinking about smashing her head in with a rock. The things Lulu suggested ignited an obsession so feverish, it was inevitable he would follow the typical path of the young serial killer to be, and experiment on animals. It taught him some valuable things, like how hard living things will fight against you to avoid pain or death. By the time he was ready to move on to his first human victim, shortly after his 16th birthday, he knew to always be sure he would have the upper hand in any situation. Mostly, that meant selecting weaker victims, like that first one. The 14-year-old neighbor girl he'd lured into the woods. Priscilla. So pretty. My, what a mess he'd made of her. Later, as he grew taller and stronger, the field of potential victims widened to include just about anyone. He could go head to toe against any man out there, even the kind of muscle-bound behemoths you'd see in a wrestling ring or shoring up an NFL team's offensive line, and he would come out the victor every time. But he preferred female victims. He enjoyed them on an aesthetic level, that simple appreciation of beauty. But he loved to defile beauty even more. For Zeb, there were few joys in life equal to carving up a bit of lovely flesh with a sharp knife. He loved how the flesh parted so easily, the fresh wound spilling forth that sweet torrent of precious lifeblood. He liked to drink their blood. It was wrong that he'd gone so long without knowing that pleasure. The memory of those long years of confinement still made him throb with anger. But now he was free again, and crazier than ever. With a head full of new ideas, he was eager to road test. Clyde ceased his impression of a doomed, whirly bird and staggered toward Zeb. He came to a woozy stop several feet short of his seated friend, and flashed a fiendish grin. Though there were some gaps, his teeth were still mostly there. This Zeb attributed to good genes. Hell, even crazy hobos could spring from otherwise sturdy stock. And Zeb's friend was proof that even the sturdiest of family trees can sometimes sprout a diseased limb. All of Clyde's worldly possessions were contained in a canvas knapsack he carried everywhere. Zeb had poked through its contents a time or two. There were 3 dog-eared paperback westerns, decades old. There was a lot of assorted junk. Lighters with no fluid in them, a jar filled with dirt, sets of keys he'd saved as souvenirs from various murders. But most revealing was a stack of old photographs bound together with several thick rubber bands. The pictures showed various members of an obviously healthy and prosperous family over a period of maybe 10 years. Some were vacation photos, shots of men in khakis and sunglasses relaxing with drinks and attractive women in string bikinis stretched out on beach blankets. Other images were from birthday and graduation ceremonies. Clyde was in many of the photos. But the Clyde from that vanished time bore little resemblance to the man Zeb knew today. Somewhere along the way, obviously something had gone very wrong for him. Clyde Weatherbottom wasn't even his real name. Various clues from the photos made this clear. Not that Zeb cared, really. Clyde wasn't that person anymore, hadn't been for many years. Clyde held the severed head close to his face and pressed his chapped lips to the dead girl's blood-caked mouth. Zeb watched him push his tongue between the dead lips and felt another little twitch at his groin. He glanced at the headless corpse and thought about spreading her legs for another go. But the exaggerated slurping, smacking sounds Clyde was making, distracted him. "Come on, baby, give me some lovin'." Clyde kissed the dead lips again, made the same absurdly exaggerated smacking sounds. He glanced at Zeb and grinned, turning the head's slack features toward him. "Ain't she the sexiest bitch you've ever seen, Zebbo? I think I'm gonna marry her. What do you think?" "You have my blessings." "Superb. You'll be my best man." Clyde did a wobbly half-spin away from Zeb and kept his free hand around his mouth. "Hey, asshole, I'm engaged to your bitch now. What do you think about that?" A longish moment passed. The only sounds were the sigh of the wind and the hiss of tires on the nearby interstate, which was obscured by a stand of tall trees. Then a muffled whimper drifted across the field. Zeb grinned. Clyde whooped and waved the head again. "Yeah, I knew you were faking being unconscious, motherfucker. Check out the blushing bride." Another wild wave of the head. Another hopeless whimper. "She's mine now, you fucking punk. Oh, mine!" The whimpering briefly gave way to an outburst of impotent bravado. "I'll kill you. Both of you. What you did. Both of you." The voice cracked again, and the whimpering resumed. Zeb snorted. Typical. Clyde shot him a wild, gleeful grin. "Well, shit. I guess we're gonna have to take some reasonable steps to defend ourselves, Zebbo. I do think I heard that boy threaten to kill us. Did I hear right?" "You heard right." Zeb got to his feet and started across the field, stepping on the dead girl's stomach en route to where her handsome boyfriend hung upside down from the sturdiest, low-hanging branch of a tall tree. When Zeb and Clyde reached the tree, they could see the headlights of cars zipping by on the interstate. Zeb held out a hand. "Your knife." The buck knife was embedded in one of the dead girl's ears. Clyde extracted it and passed it to his friend. Zeb approached the dangling boyfriend, savoring the fear evident in the way he thrashed and screamed. The thick branch creaked, but showed no signs of breaking. Zeb stared down at him. "I spent a lot of years in a nut house, boy. I got out. Obviously." Clyde snickered. "One time, I heard an orderly talking. He was saying how there's different kinds of crazy. There's your regular, everyday crazy. Folks take pills for it, and they're mostly okay. Mostly, they're only dangerous to themselves. Then there's a middle ground kind of crazy. People who are mostly just a threat to themselves, but might snap one day and hurt somebody else. But this would just be an isolated incident. These people can still be treated, and maybe there's even some hope for them. And then, this orderly talked about me. According to him that day, I'm the worst kind of crazy, the hopeless kind, the killing kind. You see, I don't struggle with my feelings or any of that shit. I like to hurt people. You might say it's my main interest in life. My calling." Clyde said, "Your raison d'etre." The boyfriend looked up at Zeb and sniffled. "Fuck you, man." Zeb's expression didn't change, nor did his tone. "That orderly was right, and I told him that right before I slit his belly open. Which, by the way, is what I'm about to do to you." Clyde laughed. "Got him." Zeb plunged the knife into the man's flesh at a spot just below the waistline and drew it downward in a single, vicious slash. He tossed the knife aside and gripped the edges of the wound with both hands, tugging at the gash and ripping it open as far as he could. Blood and loops of viscera spilled through the opening. The man wasn't dead yet. He thrashed some more, but Zeb easily held him in place, pinning him against the tree. Then he pushed a hand all the way through the gash, groped around until he found a soft, squishy organ, and squeezed. The man screamed one last time. Clyde kept laughing. Later, as they sat around their campfire roasting bits of human flesh on sticks, Clyde took a swig from a flask filled with cheap whiskey inside. "Beautiful night." Zeb pulled a stick away from the fire and eased the bit of flesh off the end. He popped into his mouth and chewed, savoring the taste for several moments before the delightful morsel slid slowly down his gullet. He smiled. "Indeed." Clyde cleared his throat. You talked to Lulu lately?" Zeb affixed another piece of meat to the stick and held it over the fire. "Indeed." "She tell you where we should go next?" "Yes." A long moment passed. A big semi's horn bladed out on the interstate. "Well, don't keep a man in suspense, Zebo. Where are we headed?" Zeb was still smiling. "Myrtle Beach." 4. "You can back off now." Rob flinched. "Huh?" It was the first time she'd spoken since they'd merged into the interstate traffic, some 20 minutes of tense silence. The girl had spent most of that time sitting forward in her seat, her eyes intent on the back of the rental van. Rob knew it was a rental from the Enterprise sticker on the rear bumper. There were all sorts of questions he wanted to ask her. For instance, who were the people in the van, and why was it necessary to abduct a stranger to follow them? What did she intend to do when she caught up with them? But he kept his mouth shut. Her generally hostile demeanor made it clear this was for the best. She scared the hell out of him, so much so it was almost possible to ignore how hot she was. Almost. She sat back in her seat now, folded her hands almost primly in her lap. "I said you can back off. Are you fucking deaf?" They were maybe 2 car lengths behind the van. Rob eased off the gas, and the distance quickly increased to 3 car lengths, then 4. A blue Dodge Neon with flaking paint and stickers all over the back window changed lanes, moving into the space between the van and the Galaxy. Rob hit the clicker and started to change lanes. "Don't." Rob turned the clicker off and looked at her. "What's the deal here? I thought you didn't want me to lose them." She shrugged. "Doesn't matter. I know where they're going." Rob couldn't help it. He laughed. "Oh yeah? That's funny, because for a while there, I thought it was critically important that I stay right on their fucking ass and not lose sight of them if I wanted to live." The girl kicked off her shoes and scooted further down in her seat. She raised her legs and propped her feet on the dashboard. She set the gun in her lap and examined the fingernails of her right hand. The black nail polish was chipping away in places. "It was, but I've calmed down some. I'll kill them later, after they get where they're going." Rob looked at her feet. The socks were the kind with toes. She wiggled the toes as he stared at them. It sent a strange little tingle through him. He glanced at the road. The blue Neon was still between them and the van. "Well, thanks for not killing me, or them, yet." He jerked his right hand, rattling the handcuff bracelets. "So, tell me something. Say we get pulled over for some reason. Obviously, any cop with more than 1 or 2 functioning brain cells would want to know why I'm cuffed to the wheel. What's your explanation?" She smirked. "That's easy. It's a sex thing." "Say what?" Her smirk deepened. "A sex thing. Bondage. The cop will accept it because cops are worldly people, and they know people are into all kinds of kinky shit. and you'll play along because your only other alternative is a fucking bullet in the brain. Fuck, he thought. She was right. He'd been thinking he might try a bit of subtle erratic driving to hopefully draw the attention of the police. It wouldn't have been too difficult. During their brief time on the highway, he'd already spied multiple cop cruisers. A part of him had even become cautiously optimistic as he'd thought about it. But now, he regretfully scratched the idea from his too short list of potentially ass-saving schemes. Fuck, he sighed. So, what now? We stay on the road until dark. Then we find a little motel somewhere and get a room with your credit card. Rob thought about that. It seemed to indicate she had no intention of killing him for at least the next several hours. Still, hot babe or not, the notion of being alone in a motel room with this girl scared the shit out of him. Christ, she'd come up to him with a gun in a public place in broad daylight. What might a girl crazy enough to do that do with him, with a little bit of privacy and some time to kill? Rob tightened his grip around the steering wheel to quell the sudden tremors in his fingers, which had been triggered by the sudden conviction that he wouldn't leave that room alive. She looked at him. Her eyes were cold, pitiless. You need to stop being such a nervous bitch, Rob grunted. Oh, right, okay. I'll work on that. But I can't guarantee anything. I mean, go figure, right? Some crazy chick with a gun kidnaps and threatens me. Why should I be nervous? The girl stared at him for a long moment, her features fixed, expressionless. Rob couldn't bear the scrutiny and decided to stare at the road instead. Look at me. It was a tone that would brook no disobedience, icy and carrying an unspoken promise of pain if ignored. He looked at her. Okay, I'm looking at you. Now what? The girl smiled, just a little one, a slight dimpling of the corners of her mouth, but her eyes stayed cold. I haven't decided about killing you yet. That's going to depend on a lot of things. There are some things you can do to better your odds. One of them is to do everything I tell you without question or hesitation. It'll make things a lot easier for both of us. Rob nodded. Right. Because there's no reason a friendly little kidnapping/carjacking should be anything other than a thoroughly pleasant experience for all involved. The other thing you can do, the main thing at this point, is to cut the sarcasm. It's making me want to shoot you right now and be done with it. Rob frowned. You'd shoot me right now. Seriously. Doing 75 on the interstate with me behind the wheel. The girl's gaze didn't waver. That's right. You're crazy. Fuck. You are really fucking crazy. Maybe. Her smile deepened a little. But you should take what I'm telling you seriously. Rob shrugged. Okay, whatever. They continued in silence for another several minutes. The neon stayed in front of them, but Rob soon realized he'd lost sight of the van. The girl was sitting up straight and staring straight ahead now. She'd had to have noticed, too. Rob briefly considered shifting lanes again and putting the pedal down in an effort to catch up to their quarry. But the girl didn't seem concerned about this development. So he did nothing. Unable to bear the silence any longer, he glanced at her and asked, So, where are they going? Myrtle Beach. Same place we're going. Okay, well... Rob had turned his attention back to the road, but now he looked fully at her, astonishment evident in the twist of his features. Myrtle Beach, that's... He trailed off and glanced at the road again. The neon swerved and nearly struck a pickup truck in the far left lane. A horn blared, and the neon jerked back into its proper lane. Then it swerved slightly again. Rob began to suspect the driver was impaired in some way. He eased off the gas pedal a bit more and put another car length between the galaxy and the neon. He looked at the girl. So if I behave, I'll live to see Myrtle Beach. Is that what you're saying? Because we won't be there by sundown. She shrugged. Maybe, maybe not. One way or another, you'll find out. Rob didn't press the issue any further, deciding he had no choice but to accept the answer he'd been given, which was at least vaguely hopeful. But he had some other questions. So I guess you know these people? No. Rob's brow creased. Huh. But you know where they're going. That's right. How? Heard them talking about it at Starbucks. Heard everything I needed to know, down to the street address for the beach house one of their rich daddies rented for them. Rob hit the brake pedal as the neon abruptly slowed down and swerved again. He slapped the palm of his uncuffed hand against the steering wheel. Fuck her. Calm down. Rob looked at her and laughed. Once again, he just couldn't help it. You're telling me to calm down. That's rich. The crazy chick who impulsively decides to follow some rich kids several hundred miles for no apparent reason thinks I need to calm down. He shook his head and laughed again. That is awesome. That is fucking awesome. Her voice dropped to a near whisper. There's a reason. Great. I'd like to hear it. Her voice remained almost inaudible as she said, They were mean to me. Rob looked at her. Her eyes were narrow slits, and her lips were pooched out. The childlike pout was a forceful reminder of how very young she was. She couldn't be any older than 20. He felt an unexpected twinge of sympathy for her. Look, whatever they did, and I don't doubt they were assholes to you, but it can't be worth the trouble you're going to here. A corner of her mouth twitched. Her hands curled into fists. You don't know what you're talking about. Maybe not. He saw the way her clenched fists were shaking and almost kept his mouth shut. He didn't want to piss her off, but he thought he had a chance of reaching her. She was a tough chick, no question, but maybe there was a softness behind the hardcore exterior. Seriously, please think this through. Nothing really bad has happened yet. I know you're mad. You're right to be mad. But maybe there's some better way to vent that anger, right here and now. You're still okay. It's not too late to head off some possibly life-ruining choices. That corner of her mouth twitched again. You really don't know what you're talking about. So help me understand. He snapped the finger of his free hand. Oh, and what about your family and friends? Won't they worry once they realize you're missing? She laughed and didn't say anything. He shook his head. What's funny? You are. This whole understanding big brother bullshit. If you knew anything about me, you'd know how stupid you're being. So tell me about yourself. Help me understand. Maybe start by telling me your name. It's Roxie. That's Roxie. Huh. Sounds like a stripper name. Yeah, that's why it's cool. Rob nodded. So, Roxie, why is my attempt to reason with you stupid? She reached between her legs and pulled the tote bag into her lap, then talked as she rummaged through it. Everything you think you know about me, all of your fucking little guesses, are all wrong as shit. I don't live locally. There's no one here to miss me. There's no one anywhere to miss me. Not anymore. Her hands came out of the tote bag with a pack of American Spirit cigarettes and a Zippo lighter. She lit up a cig and exhaled a cloud of smoke. I'm not a regular girl under the surface like you think, and I know that's what you think. When someone hurts me, I don't run home and write a fucking blog about it. I'm a bad bitch. A really, really bad bitch. There's no hidden heart of gold here. She blew out another stream of smoke, this one right at Rob. As the stoners in that shitty neon are about to find out. Say what? Rob coughed and waved away smoke. He'd ignored the neon while listening to Roxie talk, but now he focused on it again and saw that its driver's impairment appeared to be worsening. The little car, yet again, as Rob stared at the profusion of fading stickers advertising the owner's politics and taste in music, left-leaning and into punk, though there were also Grateful Dead and Fish stickers, which seemed kind of strange. In Rob's experience, punks and stoners rarely intermingled. Roxie made a sound of disgust. Check that shit out. A fucking coexist sticker? That shit makes me want to puke. Rob nodded. Yeah, I actually agree with you on something. It's a fucking miracle. Roxie grunted. Get in the left lane. Pull up beside those fuckers. Rob put the blinker on and glanced at her. What are you? Just shut up and do what I say, you fuck. Her face was hard again, the blue eyes projecting enough malice to stop a suicide bomber in his tracks. The transformation was alarming. For a few moments there, while she was talking about herself, she'd seemed almost like a normal person. Like a person he could even like, despite the extreme circumstances of their meeting. But the psycho part of her personality had reasserted itself. By now he knew better than to defy her when she was like this. He pulled into the left lane and drew up alongside the neon. Roxie leaned out the Galaxy's open passenger side window and made a cranking motion with her hand. Rob craned his neck to look past her and saw that there were 4 people in the car, all youngish, maybe mid-20s. The driver had long blonde hair and a bushy beard. The girl in the passenger seat looked like a young punk, skinny, tattoos. The 2 in the back, another guy and gal, were harder to peg. They almost looked sort of straight-laced. But as Rob watched them, he saw that a fat bomber joint was being passed among the car's passengers. The neon's driver grinned goofily and cranked his window down. He stuck his head out the window and tried to say something, but the words were lost in the rushing of the wind. Roxie leaned further out her own window and gestured frantically at the back of the neon. Then she kept her hands around her mouth and put the full force of her lungs into her next words. You need to pull over! The neon's driver frowned and glanced at the punk girl in the passenger seat. The girl shrugged. The driver nodded and looked at Roxie again, giving her a thumbs-up gesture even as he began to guide the neon across multiple lanes of traffic toward the road's shoulder on the right. Roxie looked at Rob. The hard mask was gone. She was smiling. Pull up behind them. Rob put the blinker on again and did as instructed, easing the Galaxy to a slow, crawling stop behind the neon. He stared at the back of the other car for a moment. Then he shot a confused look at Roxie. Is there really something wrong with their car? Roxie reached across him and turned the key backward in the ignition. The Galaxy's engine ground to a rumbling halt as she pulled the key from the ignition slot. So you don't go anywhere. Hang tight while I take care of these fucks. She opened the passenger side door and began to get out. Rob's heart began to beat faster. The gun was in her hand again. She was out of the car now and walking toward the parked neon. The neon's passengers were oblivious to the danger approaching them. And why wouldn't they be? A glance in their mirrors would show a very pretty girl approaching them. And who would ever consider that a thing to fear? Of course, things might be different were any of them sober. They might spy the gun pressed flat against her right thigh. She was almost to the car now, and Rob was close to hyperventilating. He felt he should warn them somehow. Maybe lean on the horn and jerk them out of their dope stupor for a few life-saving moments. It might work. They might even get away. But he'd still be stuck right here, with a very pissed-off Roxie to face. Roxie and her gun. He placed the palm of his left hand flat against the horn pad. It was the right thing to do. He knew that. And yet, there was the fear of that gun pointed at him instead. So he hesitated. Roxie was standing next to the neon now. The gun was still pressed to her thigh. She leaned down and wrapped the knuckles of her left hand against the passenger side window. The punk girl turned toward her and rolled the window down. Rob opened his mouth to scream a warning, but it was already too late. Roxie's gun hand was like a striking cobra. One moment it was still against her thigh. The next nanosecond the barrel of the gun was pressed against the punk girl's forehead. Rob heard the report of the gun and knew for sure Roxie had actually shot the poor girl in the face. There were screams from the neon now. Then another shot. The driver slumped over. Roxie pushed the punk girl's corpse aside and leaned further into the car, twisting her body so that she could point the gun into the back seat. Rob heard more screams, only barely distinguishable from his own cries. The rear door on the driver's side started to open as one of the back seat occupants tried to escape. Another bullet ended the attempt. Roxie's body twisted again, and she aimed her gun at the neon's last living passenger. There was a brief hesitation, almost as if she was savoring these last moments before the final kill. There was one more scream. Another bullet cut it off. Rob saw an explosion of red against the neon's back window and felt the bile rise inside his throat. His gut churned. He was shaking and hot tears were spilling down his face. Any illusions he might have harbored about Roxie's supposed vulnerability had been vanquished forever within the space of a few moments of extreme violence. She'd been right. She wasn't a regular girl. She was pure fury. And now, finally, he understood just how much trouble he was really in. Roxie extracted herself from the neon and strolled calmly back to the galaxy. Rob stared at her. He couldn't believe how cool and unconcerned she seemed. She was still holding the gun by her side, but was making no real attempt to hide it. Cars were zipping by on the interstate, lots of them. There were still several hours of broad daylight left. How could she be so fucking nonchalant? Back inside the galaxy, she reached across Rob and slid the key back into the ignition. She turned the key, and the engine came to life. Then she pressed the gun's hot barrel against his crotch and said, "Drive." Just the one word. It was enough. Rob put the car in gear and eased back into the traffic. Picking up speed, he glanced at the rearview mirror for one last look at the neon. From this perspective and distance, it looked like another stalled car. No big deal. Roxie was laughing. "Now, what was that you were saying about it not being too late or some shit? Something about choices?" More insane laughter. Rob's hands tightened around the steering wheel again. He was holding on for dear life. Whatever little was left of it. 5. March 16th, 2010. She was still asleep when he came naked out of the bathroom. She was lying on her side in the bed, with her mouth hanging open. A thin stream of drool leaked from a corner of her mouth to dampen the pillow beneath her head. Loose tufts of frizzy blonde hair obscured some of her face. Tucked away there beneath the covers, she could almost be any anonymous woman. Some truck stop floozy or roadside whore. A last call bar pickup. Or, better yet, that hot little jailbait babysitter from down the street. The one with the platinum Paris Hilton hair. 16 going on 99 to life, as his buddy Franklin had once said. adding that he'd almost be willing to do a stint in jail for one night of fun with the hot little tease. John was inclined to agree. Screw morality. He pictured Julie Cosgrove, the babysitter, asleep there in his bed. Imagined her throwing back the covers to reveal her lovely nude body. He could almost see her big tits, how ripe they would look, how inviting. And there would be a dazzling smile on her face as she held her arms out to him. He would go to her. Hell yes. There would be no pause to consider the right or wrong of the situation, nor even the slightest impulse to resist temptation. Fuck. He'd embrace the wrongness of it. Revel in it. Just dive into that silky soft mound of succulent, tender girl flesh and put a fucking on her that would make her head spin for days. Thinking of it made his cock stir and spring erect. God, what he'd give to have sweet little Julie for real. But no such luck. This was no mystery woman, no stranger to his bed. This was his wife of 20 years, a woman he'd once lusted after intensely. But now, he could hardly stand to look at her. It had been 10 years since he'd fucked another woman, and he'd almost forgotten what it was like to caress unfamiliar flesh. For a while, that had been okay. It was the way of things. You get older and settle down. Leave the tomcatting around to the younger guys. John had accepted this as his lot for some time, but lately, ever since his recent 40th birthday, he'd begun to feel restless. He couldn't shake the gnawing feeling that he was wasting what precious little was left of his, well, not youth, obviously, more like that last dwindling slice of time when he might still possess some virility or fading attractiveness to the opposite sex. No. Not youth, more like the last fading echoes of youth. And he didn't. Christ. He reflected on his last thoughts and felt disgust. He was a man, and real men didn't wallow in self-pity. He was self-aware enough to know he was on the verge of a stereotypical midlife crisis. Most men in his position would seek the help of a therapist, or perhaps slake that renewed thirst for strange flesh by blowing a wad in some cheap hooker's mouth. But he needed something better than that. A dramatic change. A forever change. And the time for that change had arrived at last. He stepped closer to the bed, curling his fingers tighter around the blade of the carving knife as he searched Karen's face for any signs of impending wakefulness. He'd stashed the knife in the bathroom closet several hours earlier, while Karen had been so immersed in that night's episode of Survivor that she'd been oblivious to anything he was doing, which included the some 20-plus minutes he'd spent locked in the bathroom, slowly masturbating to pictures of Julie stored on his cell phone. Mostly, these were pictures taken on the sly, when she wasn't looking or didn't know he was around. But the one that got to him the most was the one she did know about. A candid shot snapped at his daughter's 10th birthday party last week. He'd made some lame joke and she'd laughed and stuck her tongue out at him. He stared for minutes at that wedge of glistening tongue protruding between glossy pink-painted lips. That was the image that got him over the edge, making him come harder than he ever did with Karen these days. He circled the bed and then stood staring down at his wife, knife held at shoulder level, hand shaking, his soul burning with the need to bury the blade in the sleeping woman's body. A latex glove was on his right hand. When she was dead, and after he'd inflicted a few superficial wounds on his own body, the glove would go down the toilet. Then he'd call the cops with his practiced sob story about a masked assailant. He was sure he would be convincing enough in his fake grief to make them buy the story. But he wondered about his daughter. Nancy was asleep in her own room at the far end of the hall. She should be asleep. It was well past her strict bedtime. Still, it bore thinking about. The cops would question her, maybe ask her if she'd heard anything. John debated the idea of killing his daughter before dealing with Karen. On the upside, dead girls tell no tales. Downside, he'd leave telltale signs of blood and possibly other evidence traipsing back and forth between her room and here. No, he'd just have to take his chances. Odds were she was stone asleep, and if not, he'd figure a way to deal with it. Meanwhile, it was time to stop fucking around and do this thing. His lips curled into a sneer as he raised the knife higher and psyched himself up to bring it down. He imagined how it would feel to slam the heavy blade into living flesh and felt his cock twitch. The sneer became a smile. It would be a fucking rush. That's what it would be. He pictured himself pulling the blade out and ramming it in over and over, butchering her the way a genuine random psycho would. It was too bad he couldn't rape her too, but that would leave DNA evidence and, well, what if he wore a condom? Scratch that. No condoms in the house. Just do it. An inner voice berated him. John sucked in a big breath and raised the knife still higher. Then, in that last moment before he would have brought the knife down, he heard something. A rustling out in the hallway. John turned away from the bed to stare at the closed bedroom door. He held his breath and waited, counting off seconds. 10, 20, half a minute. He began to let his breath out, sure now that he'd heard nothing. Or maybe just rodents scurrying through the walls. He'd been meaning to set out mouse traps for weeks. Yeah, that could be it. Then he heard it again. That rustling. Closer now. He moved a step closer to the door. The sound came again. Quieter this time. A shuffling rather than a rustling. An attempt at stealth, feet gliding softly over hallway carpet. John clenched his teeth and swallowed hard as genuine fear leaped into his heart. In his mind, he saw himself as he must look and almost laughed. A naked man intent on murder and possible sexual assault only moments earlier. But now paralyzed with fear. Predator turned prey. No. Ridiculous. Someone was in the hallway, no doubt, but the interloper's identity was obvious. Nancy. She was restless, was maybe trying to sneak downstairs for a cookie or some other late-night snack. John grinned. Sudden impulse hurried him to the door. This was too perfect an opportunity to miss. He would take her in the hallway, do it so fast she'd never know what was happening, then return quickly to the bedroom to do Karen. The cops would see that the intruder had stumbled upon Nancy en route to his primary prey. The little snot wouldn't be around to raise suspicions or cramp his style as he swaggered into a glorious new phase of his life. He yanked the door open and charged into the hallway and collided with a big man in a fringe jacket. The man had long, scraggly gray hair and eyes that conveyed insanity, even in the gloom of the hallway. His grin was wide and displayed yellow, crooked teeth. And holy Jesus, but he fucking stank. A stench like something from a backed-up sewer drain. It made his eyes water. A blinding terror gripped him before he remembered the knife in his hand. He raised it again and was shoved backward into the room hard, causing him to stumble over his feet and crash into the nightstand next to Karen's side of the bed. A lamp tumbled off the nightstand, and Karen's stack of paperback romance novels went flying. Struggling for balance, John lurched away from the nightstand. He turned and raised the knife as the big man in the buckskin jacket came into the room, followed by another man. The second man was less stout than the first, wiry, and also had long, filthy hair, but not straight and fine like the other man's. It was big and bushy. If anything, he stank even worse than his partner. Karen awoke with a gasp and sat up straight in bed. "John, what's going on?" Then she got a glimpse of the intruders and unleashed a shrill scream. "Oh my God! Help!" She rolled to the other side of the bed, tried to get up, and got her feet tangled in the twisted bedsheets. She took a tumble off the bed and hit the floor, hard, crying out in terror and pain. The big man chuckled. "Don't let her get nowhere, Clyde." "On it." Clyde swaggered past his partner and leered at John. The lean man faked a lunge in his direction and cackled at the girlish shriek this elicited. Then he continued around the bed and scooped Karen up off the floor. She screamed again and flailed against him, battering the sides of his head with her tiny fists. If the blows had any effect on him, it didn't show. He just grinned and let her hammer away a few seconds longer before cracking her across the face with the back of his hand. The sound was loud, and there was a crunch as the cartilage in her nose snapped. Intense pain made her cry out again. Another punishing blow stifled any additional screams. She mewled and blubbered, pleading for mercy, sounding to John like Nancy sometimes did when he put a good spanking to her for misbehaving. The sounds of her distress affected him in ways that were ironic, given what he'd been about to do to her. Some primal part of him felt a deep revulsion coupled with anger and an instinct to protect. He made a move toward Clyde, but the bigger man intercepted him, grabbing him by the wrist and twisting the knife out of his hand. Then, before John could even begin to consider defensive tactics, the man stuck the knife in his belly. And now John screamed, a sound even shriller and louder than what had come out of Karen. His attacker just stood there, grinning, those madman's eyes conveying an avid fascination. He was studying John, tasting the quality of his pain and terror. John glanced down and saw that only the tip of the blade had penetrated his flesh. No more than an inch of steel was inside him, but it was more than enough to send shock waves of agony cascading through his body. Blood streamed down his belly and soaked his pubic thatch. The man gave the blade a little twist, and John screamed again. But the blade penetrated no further. The sick son of a bitch was toying with him. John tried to twist the knife out of his hand, but he wasn't as skilled at the maneuver as the intruder. The man swatted his hand away and delivered a closed-fist blow that hurt like hell and sent him sprawling backward across the bed. He hit the plush mattress and bounced. His head went up and down a time or two, and a fresh stab of agony at the center of his face told him his nose had been broken. Karen saw the wound to his belly and cried out in anguish, "John, don't hurt him, please!" The lean one cackled and leaned close to Karen, teasing one of her earlobes with his tongue. "Oh, we're gonna hurt him, baby. You can count on that. Gonna hurt you, too. You want to know the truth." Karen cringed away from him, but he held her close, holding her by the back of the neck as he rubbed his crotch against her bare bottom. His other hand roamed over the front of her body, cupping her breasts and tweezing the big pink nipples. Primitive instinct spurred John to action again as he rolled over and prepared to leap at the man attacking his wife. He was on his hands and knees, readying to launch himself at the filthy bum, when the other man stabbed him between the shoulder blades. John screamed and arched his back, hands clawing at the blade as it sank deeper into his flesh. He felt it scrape bone and screamed again. The big man rode him down to the bed, straddling him and pulling his head back by the hair. He felt the knife against his throat and knew he had only moments to live. He looked up at Karen through eyes misty with tears and felt something he hadn't experienced in a long time. Shame. What he'd been about to do, well, it was an abomination. Unforgivable. The least he could do was tell her he loved her one last time before he died. It wouldn't be a total lie, either. He really had loved her once upon a time, with his whole heart and every fiber of his being. He guessed maybe there was some of that feeling left somewhere inside him, after all. Recognizing this deepened his shame and broke his heart. He just wanted this over now. Nothing could be worse than this feeling. Not even death. Then he heard it. They all heard it. That small sound drifting in from the hallway. "Daddy?" The delicate, fragile voice was thick with tears. "What's happening?" The wiry man cackled yet again. The pressure of the blade against John's throat ceased as the big man climbed off him and started toward the open bedroom door and the tiny figure just barely visible in the darkness beyond. John lived a while longer. Hours, maybe. And during that time, he learned beyond all dispute that there absolutely are things infinitely worse than death. Worse even than the emotional and spiritual betrayal of his wife. Things that blackened his soul. When death finally came, he greeted it like the embrace of a long-lost love. 6. March 22nd, 2010. The girls were sitting at a picnic table at a rest area, talking while they watched the guys toss a football around. Zoe and Emily sat next to each other on the edge of the table, their feet planted on the bench beneath them, while Annalisa sat on the bench on the opposite side and jabbered into her cell phone. Chuck cocked his arm and flung it forward, sending the football in a high, wobbly semi-spiral in Joe's general direction. Joe took off down the gently sloping hill, head up as he tracked the ball's progress across the bright blue sky. He held his hand up against the glare of the sun, and it was obvious to Zoe that he'd lost track of the thing. Emily sighed. "Shit. Joe fall down, go boom." Joe twisted his body and scanned the sky again, but the ball was already coming to the ground some 20 yards ahead of him. He saw it in an instant before he got his feet tangled and crashed to the ground with a startled yelp. Emily shook her head. "Stupid boy. Asshole. That's what he gets for getting so sloshed this early in the day." Zoe laughed. "Your guy takes a fall and you call him an asshole. It must be true love." Emily snorted. "I do sort of love him, I guess. But he is an asshole, especially when he drinks so much." Zoe sipped refreshingly cool cola from a fresh can of Coke. "Yeah, but he seems like a good guy deep down, at least when he's sober. Too bad I can't say the same for Chuck." Zoe tensed, her fingers dimpling the moisture-slick can as she squeezed it harder. "Emily." Emily nudged her with an elbow. "Fucking relax. They can't hear us. Admit the truth to your best friend. You're about to break up with the prick, aren't you?" Zoe's grip on the can eased some. She sighed. "Yeah." Then she tensed again as a wave of anxiety surged through her. "But don't tell Joe. God, he'd blab it to Chuck right away." "Right. If I tell him not to do something, he'll damn well not do it." She smiled, watching as Joe awkwardly picked himself up and dusted off before limping away to retrieve the fallen ball. "But yeah, I'll keep my mouth shut. Although," she looked at Zoe now, mouth curling in a strange expression that was almost a leer, "it could open the door to some interesting possibilities." What do you mean? Emily leaned close to Zoe and whispered in her ear. Joe's always hinting around about how he'd like a threesome with me and another girl. She laughed. Typical guy. But I'm thinking maybe it'd be fun if you were the other girl. Zoe's face reddened. Emily's breath was warm against her ear as she laughed softly again. Just think about it. No pressure. She patted Zoe's knee. If nothing else, you and I could get together at some point over the week. Zoe's blush deepened as she stared at Emily's hand, which hadn't moved from her knee. This was pretty weird. She and Emily made out now and then, but it was usually when they were high, and Zoe just thought of it as harmless playing around. Still, given that history, this blatant proposition shouldn't come as such a shock. Yet, it did. She made herself swallow and said, Yeah, I'll think about it. Emily patted her knee again. You do that. It'd be fucking fun as hell. She climbed off the table and stretched. Then she put on her dark sunglasses and smiled at Zoe. You're gonna be so much better off without that piece of shit in your life? Zoe started to say something, but Emily turned away from her and started back up the hill toward the van. Annalisa snapped her phone shut and made a shrill sound of frustration. Motherfucker! Can you believe that fucking motherfucker? Zoe turned to face Annalisa. I can't believe it. The nerve of that fucker. What are you talking about? Annalisa rolled her eyes. Sean's fucking mother! Sean's mother is a motherfucker. Yeah. Okay. Annalisa shook her head. Nothing's ever good enough for that cunt, I swear. I mean, I'm hot, right? Absolutely. And smart, right? Your GPA is 4.0. You're the smartest, foul-mouthed bitch on the planet. Annalisa nodded. No shit, right? So, what mother in her right fucking mind wouldn't want her son dating a girl who looks like me and has a brilliant fucking future ahead of her? Zoe squinted at her. She's, I don't know, jealous? Of course she is! She unleashed a shrill screech of frustration and exhaled heavily. Okay, change of fucking subject. I saw Emily whispering in your ear. What was that about? It was sort of private? Annalisa lifted an eyebrow. Oh, yeah? Too private to tell your best friend. Annalisa reached into her purse for a pack of Marlboro Slims and lit one up. Oh, that's right. I'm only your second best friend. Emily is your actual best friend, the one you tell the really important shit. I see how it is. Zoe frowned. She hated the idea of Annalisa seeing things that way. But what really sharpened the sting was recognizing that she'd only spoken the truth. We were talking about me and Chuck. Yeah? She nodded. I'm breaking up with him after this trip is over. Good. Zoe laughed. Good? Yeah. Chuck sucks. Fuck him. Christ, does everybody hate my boyfriend? Everybody with half a brain. Personally, I'd like to throw him off a fucking cliff. Zoe laughed again. I don't want to kill him. I just want him out of my life. Well, it's the smartest move you've made in a long time. But I think you're lying to me. Or half-lying. That's not all you and Emily were talking about, was it? Christ, you are so suspicious. Zoe climbed off the table. I'm gonna hit the bathroom again, and I'm not fucking lying to you. She turned and started toward the rest area's main building. Annalisa called after her in a sing-song voice. Liar, liar, pants on fire! Zoe quickened her pace as her face turned red. Again. 7. Diary of a Mixed-Up Girl blog entry, dated March 10th, 2010. There's this one guy. Talked about his lame ass before. Asshole makes me want to vomit every time I think of him. Swear to fucking God, he needs a lobotomy so bad. I'd love to stick a needle in that frontal lobe of his and give it a good twirl. This guy, though, most people would never know he'd been lobotomized because he's kind of a drooling vegetable already. Fucking moron. I think about killing him sometimes, seriously. I think about getting him somewhere nice and private, someplace where he could scream and scream and nobody would ever hear him. Then I'd get him drunk enough to pass the fuck out. He's a lightweight, so that'd be pretty damn easy. Next I'd restrain him, tie him to a bed or something. Then the real fun would start. I actually think about this a fuck of a lot because this dude seriously needs to fucking die. And there's this one funny image I keep thinking of that I'm desperate to make real. This guy tied to a bed, body spread-eagled, his dick cut off. Not the balls, just the dick. Every time I think of that, just those useless balls sitting there without a dick attached, I crack the fuck up. I'm cracking the fuck up right now. Seriously, he's a douchebag and I want to make him dead. But I sort of want to fuck him first. LOL. If I were a guy, it wouldn't matter what order I did it in. I could kill him and then fuck his corpse with my big, throbbing dick. Oh shit. Look at the time. Homework. 3 comments. Lord Ruthven. The only way I know you're not talking about me is the constant references to this guy's stupidity. But you are one twisted bitch. Mixed Up Girl replied, Aw, that's sweet, but I do want to kill you. I want to stick red-hot needles in your eyes and watch them liquefy. I want to cut off your head and FedEx it to your parents. LOL. I totally don't get why anybody would call me twisted. Oh, and thanks for the flowers. Kisses. Darkest Rogue. I'm pretty sure I'm in love with you. You are awesome. But you probably know that already. 8. Rob kept glancing at the galaxy's slightly askew rearview mirror with the expectation of seeing a column of police cruisers with blue lights flashing bearing down on them. They were some 40 miles down the road from the scene of the roadside massacre by now, and he couldn't understand how it was they'd driven away from something as spectacularly horrible as that, with, thus far, no repercussions or complications, and no hint of pursuit by law enforcement. Okay, that bit about no repercussions was sort of bullshit. His psyche had been dealt a serious blow. If through some miracle he managed to survive this ordeal and was able to resume his normal life, he was certain he would have to deal with some level of post-traumatic stress the rest of his days. He foresaw years and years of costly therapy just to be able to function. Pull off at the next exit. Roxie pointed at a blue road sign coming up on their right. It was the kind with icons indicating local availability of motels, restaurants, and gas stations. A green road sign a little further down the road indicated the exit was 1 mile distant. Rob frowned as he glanced at the Galaxy's gas gauge, which showed its tank at still more than 3/4 full. Why? She stared at him in silence for a moment, her eyes unreadable behind dark sunglasses. Because I said so. That's why. Rob nodded. Right. It had been stupid to even ask. He'd already learned well the uselessness of arguing with her. She was unpredictable, unstable. These were understatements of epic proportions. She was dangerously deranged. He had to be careful. A person like Roxie, anything could set her off. A wrong word, a wrong look, or something he had no control over. Some quirk or her fucked-up brain chemistry causing her to lash out for no reason. Rob realized there was no way he, or anyone for that matter, could successfully navigate this crazy chick's moods for long. The exit came up fast. He put the Galaxy's blinker on and applied steady pressure to the brake pedal as they neared the ramp. "I'm sort of horny." The out-of-nowhere comment startled Rob. He didn't know what to say, but knew she'd expect some sort of response. Yeah? Ever fuck a murderer?"
"Well, no."
She laughed. "Ever fuck anybody at all?"
"I'm not a virgin, if that's what you're asking."
"Good. Turn left." They'd reached the end of the exit ramp, which intersected with a stretch of faded two-lane blacktop. To the right, maybe a quarter-mile distant, lay an array of fast food joints, gas stations, and a motel. To the left was a stretch of open road curling into a thickening expanse of wilderness. The only business establishment in that direction was a Shell station. It looked kind of grubby compared to the gleaming, gigantic convenience stores to the right, with their dozens of pumps and huge, brightly lit signs. The station to the left had just 2 double-sided pumps, and the towering old Shell sign in a corner of its nearly vacant parking lot looked like it had been there for maybe half a century, and probably had been. Rob cranked the wheel to the left and started in that direction, pulling at the gas station. Rob turned in at the Shell's lot, angling the Galaxy toward one of the pumps. Roxie slugged his shoulder. "Not here. Side of the building, toward the rear." Rob steered the car away from the pumps and parked where Roxie indicated, in the last slot on the side toward the rear of the building. A metal door marked men stood opposite the front of the car. Roxie took the keys from the ignition, and the Galaxy's engine ground to a rumbling halt. She dropped the keys in her tote bag, pulled the bag up on her lap, and began searching through its contents. She'd slid her sunglasses up over her forehead, and her face had a pinched look of concentration. She made little noises of frustration. Whatever she was looking for, she was having a hard time finding it. The sound of an approaching engine drew Rob's attention back the way they'd come. An old lime-green Fiat turned into the Shell's parking lot and pulled up alongside the pump closest to the front of the store. An overweight guy of about 40 heaved himself out of the car, took out his wallet, and inserted a debit or credit card in the pump's card slot. He punched in some numbers, his PIN probably, so a debit card. He stood there watching the digital display until the sale was approved. He then removed the pump handle from its cradle and inserted the nozzle in the Fiat's gas tank. He held the pump handle as he watched the digital numbers tick by. Not worth robbing. Rob looked at Roxie, face drawn down into a frown.
"Do we really need to rob anybody? I mean, I've got money. A couple $100 in my wallet, a few thousand more in my bank account. You don't even have to shoot anybody to get it."
"Oh, I'll be taking all that. Count on it. I'm just saying, this fucking schmuck wouldn't be worth the bother anyway." Despite himself, Rob was curious.
"Yeah? Why?"
Roxie nodded in his direction. "Look at him. The way he's holding the pump handle and watching the numbers. This is a guy with overdraft concerns. A sad sack of shit just scraping by on a daily basis. Only reason I'd shoot that poor bastard would be to put him out of his misery." Rob looked at the guy again, noting saggy, grime-encrusted jeans and a faded, raggedy t-shirt that looked like something retrieved from the reject bin at a Goodwill outlet. His face was unshaven and doughy. There was a wide, shiny, bald circle at the crown of his skull, but the hair he did have was long and scraggly. Huh. She was right. He wouldn't be worth robbing. He tucked this fact away in his mental file of information I'll fucking never need. Still, it was sort of interesting. She had a sharp eye for things an experienced criminal would know at a glance, which made sense. What with her being exactly that. Aha! The exclamation drew his attention away from Mr. Downward Spiral. His brow knitted as he studied the slim silver object pinched between the thumb and forefinger of her right hand.
Is that what I think it is?
Yes. She unlocked the cuff attached to the steering wheel.
You're letting me go.
Don't be an idiot.
Right, that was stupid. What is happening?
She nodded at the bathroom door. We're going in there. She hoisted the tote bag. I have to change into regular girl clothes. I can't very well go around dressed like this when I'm off on a spree, now can I?
Rob shrugged. I don't have a lot of experience in that area, and I'm not a spree person, but that sounds smart.
You don't sound sure.
Another shrug. Like I said.
Yeah, lack of experience, etc. Look, here's what's happening. Obviously, I can't leave you out here while I'm changing. You're gonna get out, do it nice and easy, calmly, like any regular dude getting out of his car to take a piss. Keep the open cuff tucked in your palm, and don't look at the fat fuck at the pump. Walk straight to the bathroom with me. Got it? She was pointing the gun at him again. Yeah, he got it. He nodded. Good. Let's go. She got out and stood at the side of the car, waiting for him, the gun tucked away in the tote bag, which she held in front of her. Rob got out and carefully kept his head turned away from the gas pumps as he followed her toward the bathroom. And though he was aware of how obscenely inappropriate it was in the light of the monstrous thing she'd done not even an hour earlier, the prurient part of him couldn't help noting that she looked just as good from behind. The backs of her thighs and calves were shapely and toned, and her high-rise ass looked amazing framed by that little black skirt. Her walk was the effortless, seductive strut of a born sex kitten. The swivel of her hips made him think about things he had no business thinking of in light of the horrible thing she had done. When they reached the bathroom door, she glanced at him, a corner of her mouth quirking in a way that made it clear she knew exactly where his attention had been and exactly what he had been thinking. That smug surety made him at once angry and ashamed. This was an awful woman, a heartless killer. The knowledge of that alone should kill any flicker of lust looking at her might inspire. But it didn't. Not quite. And knowing that deepened the shame. She opened the door and pushed him into a dark space. She followed him inside and flicked a switch, summoning light to swallow the darkness. Rob heard her push the door shut behind him and turned the lock. It hit him. He was alone in a closed space with a murderer. No one could see them. She could kill him now, and no one could stop her. Hell, it would be the perfect time to do it. He heard something hit the floor and realized she'd dropped the tote bag, leaving just the gun in her hand. He tensed, expecting to feel the press of a gun barrel against the back of his head any moment. He tried not to whimper, tried to be brave. He closed his eyes and waited for the end. Then he felt something small and hard hammer the small of his back. He cried out and pitched forward, his knees painfully smacking the hard and filthy floor tiles. His eyes came open a moment before something, her open palm, he realized an instant later, struck the side of his head and drove him the rest of the way to the floor. Get under the sink. Rob rolled onto his side and stared up at her through eyes misted with tears.
Jesus, you didn't have to hit me.
She kicked him in the shin, and he cried out again. Do what I fucking told you before I lose my patience. Rob got to his hands and knees and stared at the small porcelain sink. It was mounted against the wall to the left. A rust-corroded pipe protruded from the bottom of the sink and fed through a hole in the wall. Roxie kicked him again in the ass this time, and he yelped. He hurriedly crawled under the sink and stared up at her again as she knelt in front of him. The dark sunglasses were up over her forehead, nestled in the raven black hair. She looked sexier than ever, down there on her haunches, so close to him now. The thrust of her breasts against the tight t-shirt more evident than ever. He stared into her eyes and felt the shame come back. This beautiful face, at this angle. It was probably exactly the way those poor fucks in the neon had seen her in the final, unsuspecting moments of their lives. In his mind, he saw the bright splash of red against the neon's rear window. He started shaking again. She smiled. Scared? He swallowed. Yeah. She stared at him silently a moment, head at an angle, lips pursed as she studied him. Then she smiled again and said, Good. I like that. She grabbed the open cuff and snapped it shut around the pipe. You just hang out there while I get changed, she laughed. Though I guess you don't have much choice, huh? Rob just stared at her. Still smiling, she grabbed the tote bag and stood up. She turned away from him and leaned against the sink as she rummaged through the bag again. Rob stared at the back of her legs and again tried not to think of things. She hummed a tune as she dug through the bag, a jaunty melody he couldn't place. It sounded wrong coming from the likes of her. The bathroom was small. There was a single stall without a door and a single urinal next to it. Mounted on the wall next to the door was a coin-operated condom dispenser, mostly the novelty type that were no good for actual contraception. He'd purchased some once as a gag gift for his ex-girlfriend. God, Charlene. What an amazing girl she'd been. That radiant smile, her enthusiasm. What he'd give to see her now. Breaking up with her had been such a dick move, and for what? To sow some wild oats? How stupid was that? He'd already had the perfect girl. So what if Lindsay, his best friend and roommate, loathed her? If I ever get out of here. The tote bag dropped to the floor again, and Roxie moved away from the sink. She stood in the center of the room and began the process of shimmying out of her goth slut outfit. First the t-shirt came off over her head. Charlene's image was vanquished in an instant. The black, frilly bra juxtaposed against the pale, smooth skin was a compelling sight to behold. That skirt came off next, and she tossed it into the tote bag. She kicked her shoes off and leaned against the stall. She lifted one leg and began to peel off a striped sock. Slowly. Rob's gaze went to her face. She was looking right at him. And it hit him. She was doing this as much for effect as necessity. She rolled the sock up and tossed it in the bag. Then she repeated the same slow process with the other sock. Rob kept staring at her. He knew he should look away and not allow her to manipulate him this way. At least muster some small show of respect for the people she'd killed. But he just couldn't do it. She tossed the other sock in the bag. See anything you like? She laughed, and Rob yelped as something struck the other side of the bathroom door 3 times. A muffled voice called out, "Hurry up in there! I gotta piss like a Russian racehorse!" Roxie looked Rob in the eye. She didn't need to say anything, her intense expression communicating a command as clear as any verbal directive. "Just give me a sec to finish up in here. I'm going as fast as I can. I'm having, feminine issues." A snort from the other side of the door. "Feminine issues my ass, fucking whore. I saw you go in there with that guy. It's against the law to have sex in public bathrooms. Did you know that? Now get out of there and let me take a piss or I'll call the cops." Roxie went to the door and drew it partially open. "Look, I'm taking care of some business in here. This guy's paying me good money to go off on his ass with some kinky shit." She opened the door wider, and a man Rob remembered as the dumpy dude from the gas pumps peeked in at him. The man grinned and looked at Roxie. "No shit." Roxie smiled some more and posed seductively. "No shit. You'd be surprised at some of the twisted shit these bondage freaks are into. He's even paying me to verbally abuse him." Roxie glanced at Rob. "Isn't that right, you miserable piece of shit?" Rob swallowed thickly and managed a weak nod. The man laughed and licked his lips. "Takes all kinds, I guess. Look, I don't care what you people are up to, but I really do need to take a piss, like, right now." Roxie leaned forward slightly, thrusting her breasts at him. He looked, of course. "So come in and take a fucking piss." She laughed softly. "Maybe you'd like to join in." The guy stared at her tits. He stroked his chin. You could see he really wanted a piece of this action. Well, that sounds fucking awesome, but I'm kind of cash poor at the moment." "Oh, that's okay." Roxie grabbed him by a wrist and tugged him into the bathroom. She closed the door and locked it again. She wrapped her arms around the man's neck and writhed against him, eliciting a tortured moan. "Baby, you're so fucking sexy. I feel like giving you a freebie." The man's face turned red. "Holy shit, are you for real?" She giggled. "You've never met anybody more real than me, baby." She broke the embrace and pushed him into the stall, maneuvering him into a sitting position on the toilet. Rob's heart began to pound. He didn't know what Roxie had in mind, but it couldn't be anything good. And he was pretty certain she wasn't about to fuck this guy. Curiosity made him push away from the wall and scoot out as far as his cuffed hand would allow. He was able to get a pretty good view of Roxie standing over the guy. The man stared up at her in rapt amazement and adoration, apparently having forgotten that he needed to piss like a Russian racehorse, whatever that meant. Roxie leaned over him, bracing her hands on the toilet tank lid as she dangled her breasts in his face. She giggled again. "Close your eyes, baby, and I'll give you a big surprise." The man's whole body shuddered. "Holy shit, it's my lucky day." Rob grimaced. "No, dude, it really isn't." The man closed his eyes, and Rob saw Roxie's fingers curl tight around the edges of the tank lid. She lifted the lid off the tank and held it high over her head. The man's eyes came open, and he stared up at her in confused astonishment. A guttural, animal sound ripped out of Roxie's throat as she slammed the lid down on top of the man's head. The heavy wedge of white porcelain went up again and came down again, over and over, until Rob heard a sound that reminded him of an eggshell cracking. But it didn't end then. She kept hitting him with the thing. He had no concept of how long it went on. He vomited on the floor, heaving violently for several minutes before retreating to his previous position under the sink. He closed his eyes and tried to will the world away. He felt clammy and sick. Some time passed, and he became aware that the sounds of violence had ended. He opened his eyes and saw Roxie staring down at him, face impassive. She was dressed in tight jeans, white sneakers, and a plain blue t-shirt. "It's time to go." Rob sniffled. Oh. Shut up." Rob closed his mouth. Roxie uncuffed him, and they departed the scene of yet another murder. Within moments, they were back on the interstate. The road unfurled endlessly toward the hazy horizon. But Rob no longer saw the open road as a place of charm and limitless possibilities. The path ahead of him was a devil's highway to nothing but doom and damnation. 9. March 17th, 2010. A car loaded with teenage boys drove by Julie Cosgrove as she walked down the narrow residential road. One boy leaned out a rear window and made a rude comment. Julie's thumbs moved rapidly over the buttons of her cell phone as she entered a response to a text from Alicia, her best friend. She heard laughter from the boys in the car, but barely perceived it. They weren't worth her attention. She didn't bother flipping them off either, as that would only reward their obnoxious behavior. Balding tires screeched on asphalt, and the car zipped away. Julie rolled her eyes. Boys. They were so stupid. Oh, she liked them on a physical level, but she couldn't stand how immature most boys her age were. These losers, for instance, with this half-assed drive-by come-on. Too chicken shit to get any closer or deal with her on a face-to-face level. She smirked, knowing how they would blush and mumble if forced to spend more than 2 consecutive seconds in her presence. She hit a button to send the text and snapped her phone shut. Seeing she was only a block away from the house owned by John and Karen Lee, she picked up her pace. It was a little after 3 in the afternoon. Karen usually didn't get home from her bank job until around 4, but John was a CPA and often worked from home. She saw his car in the driveway, a black BMW. She felt a little flutter in her stomach at the sight of it. She knew John had a thing for her. He was always trying to look at her when he thought she wasn't watching. It was cute how innocent he tried to act when she caught him in the act. She'd been thinking of him a lot just recently. A man his age would know how to treat a woman right. He wouldn't always be making crude cracks or laughing like an idiot at his own jokes, like most of the boys she knew. And John was pretty fucking hot for an old guy. Julie sometimes wondered what it might be like to kiss him. The thought made her feel naughty. It was inappropriate, as her mother would say. But the hell with her. Julie smiled. Truth was, she had all kinds of naughty ideas about all kinds of things running through her head all the time. Things that would absolutely horrify her mother. It was a good thing the woman barely knew how to turn on or operate a computer. Her laptop was full of things that would cause a snooping parent to freak the fuck out. She couldn't wait to see his eyes get big when he got a look at her sexy body in very short denim cutoff and tiny halter top. He would struggle not to look at her tits and fail. The only guys who could avoid checking out her tits for long were the gay ones, and sometimes even they stared. She would ask for last week's babysitting money, and he would invite her inside, maybe offer her a cool drink while he counted the cash from his wallet. And he would joke with her, flirt with her in that goofy old guy way, like he had at little Nancy's birthday party the week before. Only this time, Julie thought she might respond with some suggestive comments of her own. And well, she smiled. We'll just see how things go from there. But the smile dropped from her face as she spied the blue Mini Cooper parked on the other side of the BMW, Karen's car. So the bitch was home early from her stupid job. Julie had a quick fantasy of punching the older woman in the face. Her phone vibrated, and she flipped it open to see a new text from Alicia. "You can't be serious. He's like 1,000 years older than you." Julie sent a quick text back. "I know. Shut up." She turned the phone off and flipped it shut again. She crossed the Lees' immaculately tended lawn and climbed the front porch steps to ring the doorbell. A little chime sounded inside, and she heard a male voice say something indistinct. That had to be John. She hoped he would come to the door instead of Karen. She badly wanted to see that lustful look in his eyes. That would be enough to sustain her until her next shot at having some time alone with him. While she waited, she pondered again the question of how far she might let John go when that finally happened. She wanted to kiss him. God, yes. But would he be satisfied with that? He might think she was just a tease. But maybe... The doorknob started to turn, and she quickly summoned her brightest smile, hoping to really dazzle him. Her first hint something was wrong was the stink that assailed her nostrils as the door began to open. When it was fully open, her face paled at the grinning nightmare standing before her. A man with wild, filthy hair sticking out in all directions stood naked before her. His eyes looked wild, too, like the eyes of a feral animal. He was so scrawny, like a flesh and blood stick figure. But there were hard muscles under the stretched, taut skin. A substance that might have been dried blood was matted in his chest hair. And as Julie watched, his limp penis started to rise. Instinct drove her back a step, but he seized her by a wrist and yanked her inside the house. He slammed the door shut and dragged her screaming into the living room. He snarled at her. "Shut up, bitch!" He backhanded her, and she went stumbling backward. Her feet got tangled, and she fell. The glass top of a coffee table shattered beneath her as she landed on it. Shards of glass pierced her flesh and drew blood. She screamed as her assailant seized her slender throat with one strong hand and lifted her up again. She felt his penis leap against her and tried to scream again, but the hand clamped to her throat limited her to barely an audible gurgle. The man laughed and licked her face with a tongue that felt dry as sandpaper. The feel of it on her flesh made her insides curdle. He sucked on her lower lip and breathed into her mouth. His stink made her eyes water. Bile rose into her throat, and she wondered if she would choke on it. The man's iron grip allowed only a very thin air passage. He pressed himself against her and said, "Gonna fuck you now, sweet thing." The tip of his engorged penis poked through a rip in her torn halter. The feel of it sliding over her flesh repulsed her. But even through her terror, Julie saw how she might have a slim shot at extracting herself from this unexpected nightmare. He was so intent on sampling various parts of her anatomy, his free hand ripping the halter to pieces to paw at her breasts, that he had neglected to fully restrain her. Or maybe it wasn't neglect. Maybe he didn't consider her a threat, or thought she'd be too terrified to fight back. "Think again, you freak." Her right hand came up, and long fingernails jabbed into an eyeball. He howled in agony and let go of her. Julie staggered backward and struggled to catch her breath as she watched the man flail about with a hand pressed over the wounded orb. Blood streamed between his fingers. He stopped thrashing long enough to look at her with his one good eye and screamed at her again. "You're gonna die for that, bitch!" He started to come at her again, but screeched as a piece of broken glass pierced the bottom of his foot. Julie took a quick look around while the crazy man hopped about and mewled like a baby. The living room was outfitted in the standard way: large entertainment center, a long sofa and a couple of recliners, and a large liquor cabinet with an impressive array of bartending tools arranged in a rack above it. Yes! Julie grabbed a corkscrew, flexed the handles to extend the screw to its full length, and charged her attacker. The man was sitting on the edge of a recliner as he worked to pull glass shards from his bleeding foot. He looked up and saw her coming, but not in time to retreat or ward off the attack. The fear, evident in his remaining eye as it widened, was gratifying. The corkscrew slammed into his temple, and his body began to convulse. Julie yanked the screw out and plunged it into his other eye. Now the eyes sort of matched again, pierced and bleeding. The thought made her giggle inappropriately, even as a new wave of sickness rose up inside her. She pulled the corkscrew out of his eye. She stared at his throat, watched the slowing pulse ticking beneath the flesh. There, she thought, that's where the carotid is. The corkscrew slammed into the man's throat, and there was another leap of blood. Julie was covered in it now, her own and that of the man who'd tried to rape her. She giggled again. We're all the same on the inside. Julie stabbed him with the corkscrew several more times. She kept doing it even after she knew he was dead. There was a strange sort of fascination to watching the instrument puncture flesh. It was sort of the way she felt when pulling the petals off a flower, ruining it a little bit at a time. And the really weird thing was how little any of this bothered her now that he was no longer a threat. It was actually sort of fun, the way she'd always imagined it might be. But she did finally tire of stabbing the corpse and climbed off it. She stood, panting in the center of the living room, wondering what she should do next. Call 911, obviously, but something made her hesitate. The man she killed was clearly an uninvited guest here. The thought made her laugh. Like, no shit, right? Like John and Karen would have this freak over for dinner or whatever. No, he was an intruder. He'd probably killed the whole family, and their bodies were somewhere else in the house. It was this thought that kept her hand from going to the cell phone in her pocket. She wanted to see. Yeah, it kind of sucked that John was probably dead. She could never kiss him now, or fuck him. She could admit it now. That would have been the ultimate goal. But now, she was just as hot to see his corpse. She had a vast collection of crime scene and autopsy photos stored on her laptop. And here, fate had dumped her into a situation where she had an opportunity to make a prolonged inspection of the real thing. It was a chance she simply couldn't pass up. And hell, the cops would never know she'd lingered over the scene a while. She crept out of the living room and into a long hallway she knew led to the bedrooms. There was probably no real reason for stealth at this point, but she couldn't be certain everyone in the house was actually dead yet. So she moved forward with caution. About halfway down the hallway, she began to hear a sound she identified at once as the squeak of bed springs. That rhythmic motion associated with intercourse. The sound was coming from the master bedroom at the end of the hall. She moved a little closer and was able to hear a series of muted grunts. The bedroom door was partly open. She could see a corner of the bed. She pressed her back against the wall to her right and edged carefully down the remaining length of the hallway. After reaching the bedroom, she peered around the door jamb and reeled at the horrific scene. John's head was on the floor. His headless body sat slumped in a chair against the far wall. His legs were spread, and she could see a gaping, bloody hole where his genitals had been. Nancy was on the floor. She had been gutted. Her abdomen was a bloody, ragged mess. A length of intestine was coiled about her slender neck. There were several large, dark splotches on the beige carpet that could only be blood. Karen was on the bed, legs spread wide, as the big man on top of her continued to grind away and make those grunting noises. Karen's legs were long and sleek. Julie noted with some surprise a pretty butterfly tattoo on her right foot. But the muscles in those shapely legs looked strangely slack for someone having sex. Then, Awareness of what was actually happening on the bed seeped in, and Julie reached into her pocket to pull out her cell phone. She flipped it open and stared at a black screen. Fuck. She'd forgotten about turning it off after responding to the text from Alicia. If she turned it on now, that stupid chiming tone it made would alert the powerfully built necrophiliac to her presence. And then he'd kill her, of course. She had no illusions of handling this man as easily as she'd handled the other one. He'd just take the corkscrew from her and jam it up her ass. Or some other orifice. Her stomach knotted at the thought. The smart thing here would be to scoot back down the hallway and get the hell out of the house. But she desperately wanted a picture of the atrocity occurring on the bed. It would be the crown jewel of her morbid photo collection. She could maybe hurry down to the kitchen, turn the phone on there, and hurry back. But no. Judging by the increasingly frenzied nature of the man's grunts, it would all be over by then. She thought, this is the single stupidest thing I have ever done or ever will do. The end. No doubt about it at fucking all. She pressed the phone's power button. Then she clasped both hands tightly around the phone and pressed it to her chest. The hope was to muffle the electronic chimes enough that the man wouldn't hear them. But, of course, the sound came through, clear as a bell. The man paused in mid-thrust and looked over his shoulder at Julie, who stood framed and vulnerable in the open doorway. His hair was long and white and fine, like the hair of a hermit in a fairy tale. Only this hermit was built like a lumberjack on steroids. His nostrils flared and his lips curled in a snarl. His pitiless eyes conveyed a promise of pain and savagery. He climbed off the corpse, and Julie saw Karen's head lolling on the pillow, mouth slack, eyes still and staring at nothing. The man grinned. Then he charged her. Julie screamed and bolted back down the hallway. She flew through the living room and made it as far as the foyer before the big man caught up to her. He grabbed her by the hair and jerked her to a stop, eliciting another scream. Then he slammed her to the floor and fell atop her. He pressed a powerful forearm against her throat and pawed at the remains of her shredded halter with his free hand. She couldn't move, couldn't get her hands free to jab at his eyes. She felt his erection swell against her and knew there'd be no stopping the rape this time. She cursed her stupidity. She'd been dumb not to get out when she had the chance, obviously. And she cursed her morbid nature. The two things seemed inextricably tied at the moment. The man abruptly stopped groping her. The pressure on her throat eased, and Julie coughed and spluttered. The man's face turned away from her. Shock etched itself across his features, deepening the age lines and making his face resemble a Halloween ghoul mask. He looked down at her again. "You killed my friend." Julie coughed again and cleared her throat. "I didn't have a choice. Look, you don't have to force me to do anything. I'll do whatever you want. I'm sorry about your friend." The man's teeth were clenched tight. His whole body shook with rage. He closed a hand around her throat and began to squeeze. "You fucking whore. Fucking little slut. You killed my only friend." A detached part of Julie's psyche marveled over the absurdity of a man as depraved as this stone psycho, feeling grief for the loss of anyone. But the emotion did appear genuine. His eyes watered. A thin stream of moisture began to move down one cheek. The pressure on her throat increased, and Julie's vision began to blur. Realizing she was likely in her last moments of life, she thought maybe she ought to ask God for forgiveness. She had allowed a number of evil and wicked thoughts and ideas to live and breathe inside her brain. Surely God would frown on that. But before she could begin to consciously form her plea, the pressure on her throat eased up again. She blinked moisture from her eyes and stared up at the curious sight of a man listening to something only he could hear. His head was tilted to one side, and his brow was furrowed. He stared up at the ceiling. He shook his head and said, "No, it's not right." Julie frowned. "What the fuck?" The man shook his head again. "No, she killed Clyde." His mouth twisted in a scowl. "I know. I always listen to you, Lulu. But this cunt has to die." Lulu? Julie almost laughed. This deranged, sick fuck was hearing voices. Voices telling him not to kill her. Hooray for mental illness. The man's shoulders sagged. "All right. Yes. Okay." Julie summoned a smile. "It really is okay. You'll see. She didn't get to finish the thought. The man cocked a fist and slammed it into the side of her head, turning out the lights for a while. 10. March 22nd, 2010. Chuck needed some time away from Zoe. She was exuding a weird, standoffish vibe. That coldness was nothing new. It had been going on for months, but had become more pronounced just recently. She didn't always refuse his amorous advances, but getting her to shed her clothes took a lot more work than it once had, and it was getting to be pretty goddamn frustrating. It didn't take a genius to see where things were going. They were almost over. It bummed him out. They had been together a long time. It wasn't the end of the world, he guessed. He was young and good-looking. There would be other girls. Hotter girls, even. The idea of exploring all that fresh meat once he and Zoe were finally, really through, had its appeal. Still, here they were, probably on their last vacation together. They should be having one last good fling, along with a lot of wild vacation sex. He couldn't help thinking of Christmas break at his parents' house. Zoe had been insatiable over the course of that week. The frequency, all those different positions, the crazy experimenting. Hard to believe that was only a few short months back. Now he was lucky if she let him fuck her once a week. He'd probably been stupid to hope she would knock off the frigid routine for vacation. He knocked on the bathroom door. "Hey, babe, I need some fresh air. I'll be back in a bit." A muffled voice answered from the other side. "All right." The monotone reply made him linger at the door a moment longer before departing. He wondered how she would have sounded if he'd said, "Hey, babe, I'm going outside to step in front of a bus." Would he hear that same dead voice say, "All right," to that as well? He thought he would. Fuck. This was crazy. The situation was starting to get to him. He felt like he was on the verge of a genuine depressive episode, which was unlike him. His eyes misted a bit. He knew he had to get out of there before he had some kind of embarrassing breakdown. He left the motel room without another word, barely resisting the impulse to slam the door on the way out. Damn her, anyway. He wanted to be all macho about this, all blustery and don't give a shit, the way he was with everything else. But that was turning out to be harder than he'd imagined. His thoughts turned back to earlier in the day and that incident with the goth chick. He'd given her a hard time for no good reason. Oh, he sort of half believed the bullshit explanation he'd spewed earlier. But the real truth was more pathetic. The girl was just a victim of his frustrations. He was upset about the way things were going with Zoe, and so he'd vented some of his anger on a stranger. The girl had just been unlucky enough to line up in his sights at exactly the wrong time. Thinking about it now, he felt bad.
Sorry, whoever you were.
He lit a cigarette and leaned against the second-floor balcony railing. The rental van was parked directly below. A neon vacancy light blinked and fizzed at the other end of the motel's half-full parking lot. The original plan had been to make the trip to Myrtle Beach in one long day of driving, but there'd been too much fucking around and drinking going on for that to happen. The numerous, lengthy pit stops to drain overinflated bladders hadn't helped matters. Chuck was a little bummed about not being able to wake up in Myrtle Beach the next morning. But in truth, he was grateful for the opportunity to get off the road. He was looking forward to a good night's rest. Hell, who knew? Maybe a fresh sunrise would wash away all the bad feelings of the day and allow for a fresh start. Probably not, but a guy could hope. He stubbed the cigarette out and flicked the extinguished butt over the side. Just as he was turning away from the railing to go back inside, a door to his left opened, and Emily Sinclair stepped outside. She saw him and smiled. That was a little odd. She didn't spare a smile for him too often. Never, in fact. She left the door to her room partly open and joined him at the railing. She tapped the cigarette pack in his hand with a glossy nail. "Give me one of those." Chuck laughed.
"Well, as long as you're asking nicely."
He passed the pack to her. She tapped a cigarette out and placed it between her plump lips. She stared at him. Chuck laughed again and lit her cigarette. She turned her head slightly and blew a stream of smoke just past his face. She smiled again. "Thanks."
"No problem."
Chuck leaned against the railing again. No point going back inside now. Zoe was probably still in the bathroom, hiding away from him. And Emily was actually being sort of friendly toward him, an extremely rare thing. As long as she didn't mind his company, he would stay out here. Emily leaned over the railing and stared in the direction of the malfunctioning neon sign. "So, Chuck," he glanced at her.
"Yeah?"
She exhaled more smoke and still didn't look at him. "Wanna fuck me?" Chuck's jaw dropped open. He turned fully toward her and stared at her in astonished silence for several moments. If she'd suggested he join her in a conspiracy to assassinate the president, he would not have felt this flabbergasted. After a while, he managed a nervous laugh. "You're fucking with me, right?" She smiled, but still didn't look at him. "Nope." He frowned.
"But you're Zoe's best friend."
"That's right." His frown deepened.
"What kind of friend comes on to her best friend's boyfriend?"
Emily dropped the half-smoked cigarette and extinguished it with the tip of a high-heeled shoe. "The horny kind, Chuck."
"This is crazy. What about Joe?"
Emily indicated the partly open door behind her with a jerk of her head. "Take a look in there, but be quiet about it." Still frowning, Chuck stepped past her and peered through the small opening. Joe was on the bed. He was naked. His wrists were tied to the brass headboard. He was blindfolded. A pair of red panties had been stuffed into his mouth as a gag. Loud snoring indicated unconsciousness, which wasn't surprising given the amount of beer the guy had consumed. Chuck's pulse ticked upward, and his face reddened. Seeing his best like this was embarrassing as hell. He became aware of a presence behind him, and gasped when Emily pressed herself against him and reached around to grab his crotch. The erection was immediate and painful. She squeezed it through his jeans and gave it a hard twist, eliciting another gasp. Her breath was hot against his ear as she whispered, "Get your keys and meet me down at the van." Then she was gone. Chuck turned away from the door and stared after her retreating form. She cut an amazing figure in that tight black dress, with curves much more pronounced than Zoe's. She started down the stairs to the first floor, disappearing from view within seconds. Chuck stared at the empty space where she'd been a moment longer.
I shouldn't do this. It's not right.
But then he thought about Zoe and how cold she had become. It's been more than a week now since they'd last had sex. Hell, wasn't it possible they'd already fucked for the last time? He thought about Emily. That killer figure. Those long, long legs. He went back into his room and retrieved his keys from the nightstand. Zoe was still locked away in the bathroom. If she'd been waiting for him in bed, his ultimate decision might have been different. He loved Zoe. He wanted to fix things between them. But he knew it wasn't happening. So he went downstairs. Emily was leaning against the van. She looked up and smiled as he approached. When you're inside me, think about how much it'd hurt Zoe to know about this. Chuck grabbed her and kissed her. She hooked a leg around him, and they writhed against the van for several moments. She felt so good, so alive, so hot. He whimpered as she reached into his jeans and seized his erection. At last, they broke the embrace, and Chuck fumbled with the keys. The electronic lock beeped, and he threw the side door open. Emily climbed into the van's dark interior and shoved the seat back to make room. Chuck followed her inside. Emily was already tugging his pants down as he slid the door shut. He peeled his shirt off and fell atop her. The clingy black dress came off after she rolled him over and straddled him. She wasn't wearing panties. Of course not. Then he was inside her and groaning. And he did what she said. He thought of Zoe. The experience was agony and ecstasy intermingled and overlapping. And it ended with Chuck crying as Emily held him and laughed softly. 11. March 22nd, 2010. They stopped for the night shortly after crossing the state line into North Carolina. Rob was pretty sick of driving by then, but the relief he felt at the prospect of being off the road was tempered by a deep anxiety over what she had in mind for him now that this leg of the journey was done. He had watched her kill 5 people. He had no illusions. He was nothing to her. Just one more corpse in waiting. Roxie was remorseless and ruthless, a monster hiding in a pretty girl's skin. After leaving the interstate, they stopped at an ATM first to drain some money from Rob's checking account. Roxie pocketed the thick wad of 20s and directed Rob to a motel a mile down the road from the ATM. They pulled up at the curb outside the lobby. The Weaver Inn was a dump. Rob didn't need to see inside the rooms to know that. The poorly tended grounds was evidence enough, as was the building's grubby exterior. The nearly empty parking lot was another strong indicator. The place was seedy. Roxie took the key from the ignition. "Sit tight and keep your mouth shut. I'll have an eye on you the whole time. Anybody tries to talk to you, you don't respond. Let them think you're a rude asshole. You listening to me, Robin?" That again. The bratty little insult. The intent was to emasculate him. That was a joke. Hadn't she already thoroughly unmanned him? Now she was just being a bitch and rubbing it in. He felt a little flare of anger, but it fizzled quickly. He was no match for her on any level. Taking the bait would only get him in a world of hurt. He forced a nod. "I'm listening." "Good. Hey, Robin?" "Yeah." "Fucking up isn't an option. Draw attention to yourself, try anything dumb, and I start killing every motherfucker in sight. And that definitely includes you. Okay?" What else could he say? He shrugged. "Okay." Roxie got out of the Galaxy and kicked the door shut. The male desk clerk's gaze was riveted to her from the moment she stepped out of the car. He was a young guy, barely more than a teenager, like Roxie. His mouth hung open as he watched her push one of the glass lobby doors open and strut right up to the desk. Even though she'd traded her goth goddess outfit for more subdued garb, she was still sexy as hell. But it was a dangerous kind of sexy. The swivel of her hips in those tight jeans, the way the equally tight, low-scooped t-shirt emphasized her jutting breasts. It was a lethal package. The kind that renders most guys instantly helpless, rendering them vulnerable to just about any level of temptation. The kind that made happily married men break wedding vows without a second thought. The kind that would make some men willing to die for her. Or even kill for her. But not me, Rob thought. I'm a more or less normal guy caught up in something I can't control. I'm many things, but I'm not a killer. There's a limit to what I'll endure or do for this girl. Roxie leaned precariously over the desk, presenting her breasts in a way that ensured the clerk's attention was on nothing else. She laughed at something he said, and her breasts jiggled. The poor desk clerk looked like he might faint. The kid wiped sweat from his brow and gave Roxie something to sign. Roxie signed and peeled some 20s from the wad of Rob's money. The kid took the money, but didn't bother to count it. He was too entranced by the sight of Roxie's round behind as she strutted back out of the lobby. You made that kid's day with your sex kitten routine, Rob said when she was back in the car. Roxie pulled the door shut. I know. We're in room 119 down at the end. She put the key in the ignition and gave it a twist. The engine came vibrantly to life, filling the lonely patch of rural night with its throaty roar. Rob put the car in gear and drove down to the far end of the lot, pulling into a space directly in front of room 119. Roxie took the key from the ignition again and dropped it in her bag. She then dug another key out of a pocket and unlocked the handcuffs. The handcuffs also went in the bag. Rob groaned and rubbed his aching right wrist. Roxie smiled. Oh, was that too tight? Did I hurt you, Robin? Rob didn't say anything. He stopped rubbing his wrist and stared at the door to 119. They'd be inside the room within moments. He took a look around, checking out the withered shrubs lining the sidewalk, the sliver of moon visible in the clear night sky above him, and the wavy outlines of dark trees in the distance. It was possible these things constituted his last glimpse of the natural world. The motel's room's interior could well be the last thing he ever saw. Not a terribly inspiring possible final vision. He didn't want to get out of the car. Roxie said, Get out of the car, now. His hand went to the door handle ahead of any conscious thought. Then he thought of something. Oh, wait. He pushed a button inset in the dash just below the steering wheel, triggering a grinding, ratcheting sound that made Roxie gasp in surprise. But she relaxed when she saw the car's top unfold from the back and stretch out above them. The top thunked down. Rob pulled it into place and secured the corner on his side with a latch. They got out of the car after Roxie fastened the latch on her side. Rob took one last wistful look around and followed Roxie across the sidewalk. She unlocked the door to room 119 with an old-fashioned metal key, the Weaver Inn apparently being too poor to invest in electronic card lock technology. Rob followed her into a cramped space furnished with a single queen-sized bed, a recliner, a small table, and 2 rickety chairs. Roxie closed and locked the door. She set her bag on the table and looked at Rob. Get on the bed. Lie flat on your back. Rob's breathing quickened. What? I don't. She came at him fast, too fast to react, slamming a fist into his solar plexus. It was a devastatingly hard blow. her strength and fury stunning him again. In the instant before he toppled backward, he saw her eyes and got a look at that same wild expression he'd glimpsed as she'd bludgeoned that guy to death in the gas station bathroom.
This is it. I'm about to die.
Then his back hit the mattress and he bounced. The bed squeaked and the brass headboard thumped against the wall. Roxie moved to the side of the bed and stared down at him. "What have I told you about not doing what I say?" Rob grimaced as another knot of pain formed in his gut. He groaned and writhed slightly.
Oh God, that fucking hurts. I've learned my lesson, swear to fucking God.
She smirked. Good. She grabbed one of the chairs from the table and set it on the floor next to the bed. She straddled the chair and wrapped her arms around the back of it. "We've got some things to talk about." Rob groaned again and looked at her.
Yeah?
Roxie smiled. "I'm going to ask you some questions. I expect absolute truthfulness. Remember what I told you earlier. I hate liars. Here's a fact. I can tell when people are lying. I'm never fucking wrong. I'll hurt you every time you lie to me. Lie enough, and I'll fucking kill you. Clear?" Rob let out a big breath. The pain in his gut was beginning to recede.
Crystal, I'm all out of fight, I promise.
She laughed. "Really? Oh, by fight, do you mean that tendency to run your mouth you had before I put you in your place?"
Yeah, that."
Another laugh. Very amused this time. "Okay. First question. You've been gone all day. Who's gonna miss you first? Look me in the eye when you answer." Rob looked at her. He cleared his throat and spoke in a calm, measured tone.
"My roommate, Lindsay."
Roxie arched a brow. "Your roommate's a girl?"
"Yeah."
"And she's just a roommate, not your girlfriend?" Rob shook his head.
"No."
"You've never fucked her, not even once?" Another shake of his head.
"No."
Roxie frowned. "Why not? Is she ugly?"
"No. She's very cute."
"Are you fucking gay?"
"No."
"Then what's the deal? Something doesn't add up." Rob shrugged.
Well, we've known each other forever, since we were kids. We've just always been great friends. I like being friends with her. I'd hate to ruin it by, well, you know."
Roxie made a face. "Does she have a boyfriend?"
"No."
"You're an idiot." Rob didn't say anything. Roxie's look of disgust deepened. "Jesus, you fucking moron. Anyway, I'm gonna need you to call her. Think you can come up with a good cover story for your absence?"
"Probably."
"Good. We'll take care of that in a few minutes. Next question. I assume you have a job. Did I cause you to miss going in, or were you off today?" Rob opened his mouth to reply, but hesitated a beat. Roxie noticed it. Her eyes sharpened. He saw her muscles tense and knew she was on the brink of another violent explosion. He quickly decided against the lie he'd briefly considered telling.
"I was off today. I work tomorrow. It's my uncle's company. If I don't call him with some excuse, he'll worry. He's the closest thing I've got to a parent these days, so he's pretty lax with me, far as the job goes. I could tell him I decided to take off for a bit, and he'd probably buy it."
Roxie unclasped her hands and drummed her fingers lightly against the back of the chair. Okay. So you'll call him too. Tell him something believable. Something to buy us enough time to change cars and get further down the road."
"Change cars?"
Rob was bewildered. His car was the whole reason he was on the road with her in the first place. He could see her wanting to ditch the galaxy. It was too conspicuous. But wouldn't that mean his usefulness to her was over? Maybe not. because it sounded like she meant to keep him around a while. He couldn't figure it out. To what end?
Or maybe, he thought, she just put it that way to put my mind at ease while she figures out her next move.
She opened her mouth to ask another question, but a tentative knock at the door caused her head to snap around. "Who is it?" There was the muffled sound of a throat clearing.
It's me."
Rob didn't recognize the voice. He frowned.
"Come on. You're not really expecting anyone out there in the middle of nowhere, are you?"
"Shut up." Roxie got up and went to the door. She peered through the peephole and grinned. She glanced back at Rob. "It's party time." She opened the door, and Rob saw the awkward, lanky desk clerk standing there. Roxie seized him by a wrist and pulled him inside. She threw the door shut and pushed the boy toward the bed. "Hey, honey." Rob guessed he was Honey. So fucking weird. What's going on? "This is Billy. He works here. I told him he could come party with us tonight. You don't mind, do you?" Rob had no idea what to say. Not a clue what her expectations were.
Yeah. Whatever, I guess."
Billy wasn't paying any attention to him. He was too busy ogling Roxie's tits.
"Yeah, I called this guy, Earl. He works here too. Days. He came in to cover my shift. But I didn't mention you like you said. Told him my brother was in the hospital."
He forced himself to look at her face.
"So I'm, now free to, party."
Roxie beamed at him. "That's so awesome." Billy grinned back.
"Hell yeah."
His gaze went helplessly back to her tits. So, of course, he never saw it coming. Roxie punched him in the throat, and he crumpled to the floor, gagging as he curled into a ball. Rob sat up.
"Jesus, not again. Don't kill him."
Roxie glanced at him. "Sit back like a good little bitch and watch the show. Unless you want this to be you." Her smile was broad, a gleaming display of perfectly aligned white teeth with only the faintest hint of nicotine staining. "Is that what you want?" The boy on the floor was crying softly. Rob looked at him, then looked at Roxie and saw the deadly eagerness in her eyes. His shoulders sagged. Roxie laughed. "That's what I thought." She went to the table and took something from her bag. Rob saw what it was and squeezed his eyes shut. He did not want to see this. Not one bit of it. He'd seen enough terrible things today. "Watch." A command. Disobedience was not an option. He opened his eyes, watched, and felt another indelible stain form on his soul. 12. March 17th, 2010. The first thing she was aware of as she returned to consciousness was pain. Her head hurt and her jaw throbbed. One of her teeth felt loose. She probed it with her tongue and whimpered at the fresh jolt of agony this triggered. Her eyelids fluttered, and she saw the hazy form of a man looming in front of her. She squeezed her eyes shut, opened them again, and the image crystallized. It was him. Her mouth opened wide.
"Scream, and the lights go out again."
He cocked a fist and moved a step closer.
"Maybe forever."
Julie closed her mouth, and in the next moment, she became aware of several other things. It had all really happened. John, Karen, and Nancy Lee were all dead. She had killed a man, this psycho's partner, and now here she was, naked, tied to a chair. She flexed her wrists, testing the bonds. Electrical cords or cables felt like it. He'd cinched them painfully tight, making the flesh bulge at her wrists and ankles. She scowled at him. "Why am I naked?"
"I wanted to look at you."
"Perv? Did you rape me?"
The big man smirked. "You'd know if I had." Julie's face crinkled in disgust.
"Gross. So you didn't, right?"
The man shook his head. "I wanted to, but Lulu forbade it."
"Who the fuck is Lulu?"
"You wouldn't understand." His smile was bitter, devoid of humor. "But she's the reason I haven't shoved a knife up your cunt." Julie gulped.
"Yay, Lulu. Where is she? I want to talk to her."
The man stared at her and didn't say anything. He was still naked. His body was covered in dried blood. He was well into middle age, a fact betrayed by the gray hair and the deep lines in his face, but his physique was impressive. Thick musculature just about everywhere, but with a small bit of flab through the middle. She studied his face and decided it might have been sort of handsome 20 years ago, with that square jaw and those piercing eyes. But now he was old. He was one of those hard-living scumbags who looked old before his time. He had a destined to die on Skid Row in a puddle of piss kind of vibe. And he was a fucking pervert. He was licking his chapped lips and looking her up and down, his cock stiffening as he scrutinized her.
"You want me to suck that for you?"
"Please say yes, you fucking freak. I'll bite that nasty thing clean off." His nostrils flared. "You know I do, but Lulu won't allow it."
"Yeah, and speaking of her, you didn't answer my question. Where is she?"
"You can't see her." Julie stared at his swollen cock. The guy was jerking it right in front of her. She didn't want to stare, but it sort of compelled the eye. It was huge.
"Why not?"
"You just can't. That's all." Julie sighed.
"Okay, fine, whatever. You're in charge here." She smiled and looked him in the eye. "Look, you can tell her I said it was okay. I want to do it. Or if she's not around, we just won't tell her. It'll be our little secret. What do you think?"
He grunted. "Hold on. Can't think straight. Be right back." He trotted out of the living room, disappearing down the hallway that led to the bedrooms. Soon, she heard the faint squeak of bed springs again, and her stomach fluttered. He was giving Karen's corpse another bounce. What a sick fuck. Of course, she was the one who'd wanted to snap a picture of him performing this very act, so who was the sick one here? He returned some 10 minutes later. This time he was no longer completely nude, wearing a clean pair of briefs, probably swiped from John's dresser. No way this piece of human garbage owned anything remotely clean. It was almost sort of funny. He was too much a prisoner of his twisted sexual appetites to think clearly. So he'd banged one out and put something on to take his dick out of the equation. "So, why doesn't Lulu want you to do anything to me?" "She says you're..." His lips curled in hesitation, making his distaste for the next word clear. "Special." Julie stifled a laugh. This guy was insane. That was a given. Clearly this Lulu existed only in his head, but the asshole just as clearly believed she was real, which was good, because Lulu was on her side. God knew why, but maybe it was something she could exploit. Julie smiled. "She's right. You should listen to her." "I always listen to her. That's why you're not dead, bitch." Julie's expression sharpened. "Don't call me that. You think Lulu would like that? She said I'm special. Well, treat me like I am." The man frowned. His jaw clenched and his hands curled into fists. Deep lines formed on his brow. He looked frustrated. Probably wasn't used to getting this kind of attitude from a girl. Women were supposed to tremble in his presence.
or cringe away in disgust if he happened to pass them on the street. He didn't have the first clue what to do with her. Well, here was another thing she could exploit. "Hey, asshole, you forget how to talk? You look like you're having a fucking seizure. And Christ, but you stink. You smell like you've been submerged in shit the last 10 years. Please, go take a fucking shower." She smiled. A nice, long one. His whole body was shaking. "Don't talk to me like that." Julie's smile never wavered. "Relax, baby. I'm just playing," she giggled. "Did Lulu tell you why I'm special?" The man let out a long breath. His hands slowly unclenched. "She said you were like me on the inside." Julie's smile drooped a little. She thought of her collection of crime scene photos, recalled with only a small echo of shame her first impulse upon spying this crazy fuck's defilement of Karen's body. Only a few very close friends knew about her secret obsessions and fantasies, and yet no. She was reading too much into this. Lulu wasn't real, and this guy wasn't psychic. Psycho, yeah, no shit, but not psychic. Still, play along. "She's right. I'm just like you." The man's expression was somber. "Yes, and that's why you're coming with me when I leave." Julie shook her head. "What? No, The man began to smile. "Yes, Lulu says it's your destiny." Julie kept shaking her head. "No." The man laughed. Then he went out of the room, disappearing down the hallway again. He came back a few minutes later with another item pilfered from the Lees' belongings, a bottle of sleeping pills. He forced a few down her throat and slapped a strip of duct tape over her mouth. She cried and struggled against her bonds a while longer as he puttered about the house, gathering things to take with him. The crash came fast. Her head felt thick. She stopped struggling and closed her eyes. When she woke up again, briefly, she was in the trunk of a car. The space was cramped, more than it should be. She moved around a little, enough to determine she had company in the tight space. The man she had killed was her companion in darkness. She couldn't see him, but the god-awful stench was proof enough. She began to cry. Mercifully, the swish of tires on pavement soon lulled her mind back into that hazy, gray-drugged space, and she fell asleep again. 13. Diary of a Mixed-Up Girl blog entry. Dated September 10th, 2009. Sometimes I think I really don't feel human at all. I mean, I know I'm a member of the fucking species. What I really mean is I feel disconnected from humanity. Like I don't know or comprehend the inner workings of a healthy human being's brain. I guess I'm mostly thinking about emotions. Most people seem to feel things really deeply, like the love they supposedly feel for the people they care about. That's something I just don't get at all. Seriously, don't think I could ever love anybody for real in a romantic way, like you see on TV and the movies. That fairy tale shit. There's this guy I just met, right? Really cute. Like cute verging on hot. So I talk to him. I see how he looks at me. He's into me already. I bet I could make him love me. And it'd be cool, 'cause I'd definitely like to fuck him. And maybe when he says he loves me, I'll say it back, because he'll want to hear it. But it won't be real. People like to think humans are some kind of elevated creature. Yeah, we're capable of things beyond the abilities of any other species. We have the ability to reason and figure shit out. But humans also do a lot of ugly things. Read a fucking history book and you'll see. Genocide, war, slavery, and it goes deeper than the bigger things like that. Every day, somewhere out there, some crazy fuck is killing somebody else just for kicks. Rape, murder, abuse, a fucking pandemic of violence. It doesn't ever stop and can't ever stop. So when you get right down to it, we're not really any better than dogs, cats, apes, llamas, lions, wolves, or fucking aardvarks. We're savage animals, and all this shit about love and whatnot is just that. Shit. It's something we're taught to believe in so the world doesn't fall apart. Me? I think the world could use a good dose of anarchy. Some fucking chaos. Yeah, I want to run wild in the streets. I want to break something, scream and shout. I want to get in my car and go run somebody down. Last night, I had a dream I shot my mom in the face. I don't love any of you. Later, bitches. Cold Case Files is on. 4 comments. Lord Ruthven. You make me sad. Mixed Up Girl replied, It's pathetic how hard you want me. Lord Ruthven replied, About as hard as I want a chainsaw enema. Mixed Up Girl replied, That can be arranged. God, you're boring. Stick your head in an oven or suck on a shotgun, okay? 14. March 22nd, 2010. Chuck was still gone when Zoe came out of the bathroom, and that was fine with her. She hoped he would be gone a while yet. With any luck, she'd be asleep by the time he returned. It would be one less night of fending off awkward advances. Her hair was wet from the shower, and she had a fresh white towel wrapped around her torso. The towel was in place to hide the temptation of her body from Chuck, because he just wouldn't be able to help himself. He simply couldn't keep his hands off her when she was sans clothes. But with Chuck still missing in action, the towel could go. She tugged it loose and let it fall to the floor. Someone knocked on the door. Chuck. Shit. The idiot had probably forgotten the keycard. She snatched the towel up from the floor and hurriedly wrapped it around her body again as she strode quickly to the door. She'd planned to knock herself out with some Ambien and be asleep by the time he returned. So much for that. God damn it. She yanked the door open, and an epithet froze at the tip of her tongue as she saw who was actually there. Emily. Her friend smirked. You look pissed off. Zoe sighed. Sorry. I thought you were Chuck. Emily laughed. That explains the pissed off part. Can I come in? I was just about to go to bed. Come on, just for a few minutes. I'm bored. Zoe shrugged. Okay, but just for a few minutes. I really want to get to sleep soon. Emily walked into the room and sat at the edge of the bed. Zoe closed the door and tugged the towel a notch higher over her breasts before sitting in a chair next to the bed. She crossed her legs, clasping her hands over a knee. You didn't happen to see Mr. Wonderful out there, did you? Emily made a face. Yeah, I ran into him. Something wrong? He say something obnoxious again? Emily shook her head. No, not really. Just talking to him is awkward for me. He knows I fucking hate him. Yeah, I guess he does. What was he doing? I think he was going to the bar across the street. At least that's what he said. Sounded like he's gonna be a while. Zoe smiled. She wouldn't need the Ambien to get to sleep now. Just knowing she wouldn't have to deal with the stress of fending off Chuck relaxed her in ways no drug could. Well, good. Maybe he'll get drunk and hook up with somebody there. Emily laughed. Maybe you should get drunk and hook up. Maybe, but I'm too tired for that tonight. Emily stared at Zoe without speaking for a long moment, biting her lower lip as she looked her friend up and down. Zoe frowned and fought the impulse to squirm in her chair. She remembered Emily's whispered proposition during their stop at the rest area earlier and began to feel uncomfortable again. Emily chuckled. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Why do you ask?" Another chuckle. "You seem uptight." "I'm not." Emily shrugged. "Whatever. Look, I know you said you're tired, but I kind of want to party a little." "What do you mean?" Another shrug. "I have a little Coke. We could do a bump and go to my room." Zoe's face reddened. "Emily, you know I love you. We've been friends forever, but I don't know." Emily laughed. "What do you think I'm suggesting?" Zoe's blush deepened. "Well, there's that thing you talked about earlier. No offense, but I'm not really into the idea." Emily cocked an eyebrow. "Oh? And how do you know until you give it a whirl?" Zoe was starting to feel frustrated with the conversation. She just wanted Emily to stop talking about this weirdness and leave, so she could go to bed. "I don't know, okay? It's just not my thing. I'm sorry." Emily stood and brushed her hands over her thighs, smoothing the hem of her clingy dress. "That's cool. I just wanted to put the idea out there. It's an open-ended invitation, so if you ever change your mind, I won't." Emily shook her head and looked Zoe over one more time. "A shame. It would be the perfect night to play around a little, what with Chuck being gone and all. I've got Joe naked and tied to the bed next door." Zoe's blush returned. Emily smiled. "Too much information?" "Yeah, you could say that." Emily kept smiling. "Still, think of the fun we could have. He's blindfolded, too. You could climb on top of him and pretend you're me. Wouldn't that be a trip?" Zoe thought about it. Like Chuck, Joe was a very well-built young man. She had no doubt Emily was telling the truth about his current situation. And admittedly, it was kind of a hot image. "No, don't even think about it." "You're thinking about it." "No, I'm not." "R2. Jesus, Emily." Emily rolled her eyes and went to the door. She stood there with her hand on the knob and looked at Zoe one more time. "You keep on thinking about it. We'll be up for a while yet." Then she opened the door and was gone. Zoe sat in the chair and stared at the closed door for some time, too stunned to move. She hadn't expected Emily to repeat the proposition again so soon, or to be so pushy about it. It stirred discomforting doubts about the true depth of their friendship. Would a real friend put her in this kind of position? It wasn't something that could just be ignored or forgotten. It was out there now. There was no taking it back. Emily was smart. She knew what she had done. It made Zoe feel lonely. Here was this big issue to confront, and the person she discussed hard things with was the one person she couldn't talk to about it. Unless... She gave her head a hard shake. No, absolutely not. But she kept thinking about it. The images in her head growing more vivid the longer she sat there. She squirmed in the chair again, but this time it was not from discomfort. She closed her eyes, pictured Joe tied to a bed. She drew in a sharp breath, and her nipples stiffened. She uncrossed her legs and slipped a hand under the towel. Christ, I can't believe I'm doing this. Stop it. But she couldn't stop. The fantasy had gone too far, and she was too aroused. An impulse made her stand up and tug the towel off. She grabbed her duffel bag from the floor and set it on the bed. She sorted through the clothes, pulled out shorts and a t-shirt, and donned them. She left the room and stood for a moment on the balcony, searching the motel's parking lot for any sign of Chuck. He didn't seem to be around. She saw the bar Emily had mentioned on the other side of the street. Dimly audible music wafted from that direction. If he had really gone there, he wouldn't be back anytime soon. Chuck wasn't the type to quit after one drink. Good. Drink yourself into a coma for all I fucking care. She turned away from the parking lot and approached the door to Emily's room. She raised a hand to knock, but hesitated a moment longer. She took a deep breath. Her heart was racing. She could hear it. This is crazy. It's not too late to stop. Just go back to bed. She took another deep breath. Then she knocked. The door came open, and Emily stood there smiling at her. Changed your mind? Zoe forced a smile. Yeah. Emily stepped aside, and Zoe walked into the room. She felt a wild thrill of excitement when she saw Joe on the bed, just as Emily had described. Jesus Christ. Holy shit, I can't believe I'm doing this. Joe stirred on the bed. Who's there, baby? He sounded groggy. Don't talk, Emily snapped. Joe opened his mouth again, then closed it, saying nothing. Emily took Zoe by the hand and guided her over to a little table by the window. Coke first, then fucking. Zoe sat and accepted the clipped straw Emily handed her. She gaped at the chopped lines of powder arranged on a tray. I thought you said a little Coke. Emily shrugged. I lied. So what? Whatever. Zoe inserted the straw in a nostril and bent her head to the table, snorting up most of a line in one go. Oh, wow. Fuck. Good, huh? Zoe grinned. Hell yeah. Emily stood and peeled the black dress off over her head. She went to the bed and climbed in next to Joe, curling one long, shapely leg over his groin. She flashed Zoe a naughty smile and reached over Joe to pat the other side of the bed. Join us. Zoe finished the line of Coke with a final snort. Feeling deliciously, wickedly debauched, she stood up and undressed. Then she went to the bed and climbed in. She didn't see Chuck until the next morning. 15. March 22nd, 2010. The first one went down easy. The next one, even easier. Tonight, that normally harsh tequila burn tasted sweet. He welcomed the sting, savored it, reveled in it. He wasn't normally the sort to wallow in pain or misery, but tonight felt like a good night for it. A good time to open up hidden recesses in his psyche and see what dark things lurked there. Chuck wrapped the empty shot glass on the bar, and the bartender filled it again. He threw the shot back, screwing his eyes shut and wincing as the strong booze hit the back of his throat. It was cheap tequila. House brand. The place was too much of a dump to stock anything good. Who cares? It'll do the job. The bottom of the glass hit the bar again, and the burly barkeep, who hadn't moved and stood ready with the bottle, filled it to the rim again. The man had a bushy mustache, a receding hairline, and a ponytail. Faded jailhouse tattoos festooned his muscular forearms. A livid scar under one eye hinted at a violent past. Chuck picked up the glass. What's with the scar? You get that in jail? None of your business. Chuck laughed. Yeah, you're right. He raised the glass again, but didn't throw the shot back right away this time. He swiveled side to side on the stool, swaying, his head already buzzing pleasantly from the booze. It always this fucking dead in here. The barkeep shrugged. Sometimes not. Gets busy on the weekends. Huh. Lots of weekend warrior rednecks, right? Yeah. You got something against rednecks? No, man, not really. You know,
Other than just how fucking dumb they are. You know what I'm saying, right? Most of them don't have more than 2 working brain cells to rub together.
He knocked the tequila back in one go again, whooped, and slammed the glass down.
Hit me again, Pedro.
The big barkeep squinted at him.
My name's not Pedro.
No shit. Guy didn't look even vaguely Hispanic. Where the hell had that come from?
Sorry about that, Hoss. Name ain't Hoss, either. It's Joe Bob.
It started as a snort. A helpless, reflexive expression of mirth. Then he thought about it again.
Joe Bob?
Another snort, followed by an almost girlish giggle.
Fucking Joe Bob?
It was so perfectly evocative of any number of country stereotypes. The kind of name that just screamed, lobotomized sack of backwoods monkey spunk. The barkeep didn't look amused.
Something funny?
The laughter boomed out of him then, making his whole body quake as the stool rattled beneath him. He laid his head on the bar and kept laughing until at last the fit began to release him, winding down to a last few quiet giggles and snorts. Then he raised his head and saw the murderous glare the barkeep was leveling at him.
I think you're done, son.
Chuck reached into his pocket and pulled out a wad of cash. He peeled off 120s, placed the bills on the bar, and pushed them across. Then pushed them across.
I'm sorry, man. Seriously. I can behave. I've just had a rough night. That there's a bonus on top of whatever booze I might buy from you tonight. Yours to keep. What do you say?
The barkeep picked up the bills, leafed through them, and looked at Chuck again. His expression was a little less malevolent now.
One more. Just for spite, right?
A corner of the man's mouth twitched, a near smile.
Yeah.
Chuck pulled out the wad again and peeled off 2 more 20s. You drive a hard bargain, man, but I'm willing to pay top dollar for the privilege of drinking myself blind in this fine establishment. He dropped the extra bills on the bar, and the barkeep snatched them up. He filled the shot glass again and set the bottle in front of Chuck.
That one's yours.
Chuck grinned.
Appreciate it. Could you get me a pitcher of Bud, too, and maybe a plate of those nachos?
But don't spit in my food, bro. The barkeep shook his head.
You're gonna feel like warmed-over shit in the morning, kid. And it won't be 'cause of any spit in your nachos.
Yet another shot of tequila hit the back of his throat and sizzled.
That's sort of the idea, man. Wanna hurt so hard I can't think.
The barkeep chuckled.
Well, you're on the right path, then. I may have to take your keys, though.
Chuck squinted at him through bleary eyes.
Not necessary, bro. He jerked a thumb over his shoulder. I'm at the joint across the street. I'm a fucking pedestrian.
The barkeep shrugged and served up a pitcher of draft Bud and a frosty pint glass. A plate of nachos showed up soon after. Chuck sat there and drank and ate the gloriously unhealthy food, which consisted of warm tortilla chips piled high with melted cheese and hot peppers. Time ticked by. He got woozier and woozier. He was aware of people coming into the bar and leaving again. He glanced at the clock on the wall now and again. It progressed from 11 p.m. to a shade beyond 2 a.m. in seemingly the blink of an eye. He thought about Zoe a lot during that time. Thought about their years together and the impending end of their relationship. More than once, tears welled in his eyes, but he never let them spill. Couldn't let these redneck fucks see him as weak. But keeping the mask in place wasn't easy. His feelings for Zoe were deeper and more complicated than he'd ever suspected. He didn't want to lose her, not even in light of the impromptu tryst with Emily. And holy fucking Jesus, how fucked up was that? The bitch was supposed to be Zoe's best friend. He couldn't figure her out at all. Until tonight, she'd never shown anything but total contempt for him. Then, All of a sudden, she's practically raping him. Yeah, nothing that happened was against his will, but she was so aggressive, and so blatantly taking advantage of his vulnerable state. Thinking about it made him angry, but he had a hard time seeing how it could have turned out any other way. He'd been in need of comfort, and there she was. And it had been good. Very, very good. Still, he couldn't stop thinking of the way she'd laughed as he cried in her arms. That was just sick. Evil. The world went blurry. His head felt thick, almost like he was underwater. He was slumped over the bar, his face inches from the wood, close enough to make out the swirls in the grain. He shook his head and sat up straight. The clock on the wall behind the bar now read 3:17 a.m., more than a quarter hour after last call. Chuck swiveled on the stool and took a look around. Holy shit. He was the only person in the bar. The neon open sign in the main window had been turned off. Chairs were upside down on the tables. The overhead lights had been dimmed. He frowned. Where did everybody... The words were cut off when somebody behind him slapped something around his neck and cinched it tight. It felt like a strap of leather. A belt, maybe? Chuck gagged and clawed at the belt with fingers rendered sloppy by drink. His assailant yanked him off the stool, drawing the loop around his throat even tighter. His face flushed and his temples throbbed. His eyes felt like they would pop out of their sockets as he was dragged backward. He dropped to his knees in an effort to halt the journey to wherever his attacker was taking him. But the guy was just too strong and kept pulling him backward. Chuck craned his head back and saw the leering face of the barkeep. The scar beneath his eye looked bright red in the dim light. Pure terror and adrenaline cut through the booze haze. Oh shit, I'm about to die. Part of him knew it was his fault for being so careless. Shouldn't have flashed all that green around. Also, shouldn't have been such a dick. These things he knew to be true. He also was pretty damn sure he'd never have a chance to benefit from these valuable life lessons. I'm about to die. Oh, fuck. The barkeep dragged him through the door into a back room. The lighting here was brighter. He saw stacks of beer and liquor cases. He saw kegs and other bar supplies. There were 2 other people in the room. One was a sleazy-looking bottled blonde in a miniskirt and a black halter. And there was another burly guy cut from the same redneck cloth as Pedro or whatever his fucking name was. He was dragged into the center of the room. The barkeep removed the belt from Chuck's neck and tossed it aside. He had only a second to suck air into his lungs before Joe Bob slammed a powerful fist into his gut, sending him to the floor in an awkward heap. He rolled onto his back and stared up at the trio of ugly faces leering down at him. He found his breath and uttered a helpless whimper. Please, I've got money, lots of money. You can have it, all of it. Joe Bob grinned. That's mighty generous of you, hoss, and we'll be taking your money. But you ain't getting off that easy. The other man grinned too. Here you need a lesson in manners, boy. The woman placed the sole of a high-heeled shoe on his throat and pressed down hard. There was hate in her eyes. He sort of knew why Joe Bob was pissed at him, but what had he done to warrant this level of fury from these other people? He tried to think back over the night. The long hours of drinking at the bar, drinking and occasionally making snide comments to anyone who tried to strike up conversation. A blur of venom and negativity. Fuck. The woman sneered. Gonna fuck you up, pretty boy. The men laughed. Got that right, said Joe Bob. And you ain't gonna tell a soul how it happened unless you want some of my biker buddies to kill your whole fucking family. You want that, motherfucker? Chuck gulped. He didn't doubt the threat.
No.
After that, Chuck didn't care. They weren't going to kill him, and that was all he needed to know. They were true to their word, though. They fucked him up. But they were wrong about the other thing. A time would come when he would tell the truth about this night. 16. March 22nd, 2010. What's your fucking problem? Roxie had stripped down to t-shirt and black thong panties. Rob could see a tattoo of some sort on an inner thigh. There was another tattoo on her right foot. Words in Latin. He didn't ask for a translation. He'd seen her bend over a time or two and knew there was yet another tattoo on her lower back. The t-shirt hid other illustrations he'd glimpsed in that gas station bathroom. She was sitting cross-legged on the floor now, with the overstuffed tote bag in her lap, staring up at him with an expression betraying irritation and impatience. Rob sat on the edge of the bed. He hadn't moved from the position in well over an hour. Ever since. Oh, God. A blood-stained vision filled his head, and he felt sick all over again. At least she'd hauled the body into the bathroom. He hoped he wouldn't have to see it again. Looking at what she'd done to the poor fuck made him want to tear his eyes out. God damn it. Roxie set the tote bag aside and came out of the cross-legged position to lean toward him on her knees. I asked you a question. Answer me right now, or... Rob frowned. He waited a beat. Then he said, or what? Her expression went blank. Or I'll cut your face off, too. Rob nodded. Yeah. That's it, I think. My fucking problem, as you put it, has a lot to do with you cutting that kid's face off. What kind of sick bitch are you? Roxie continued to stare at him blankly for several moments. That dead expression unsettling him nearly as much as any of the atrocities he'd witnessed today. Then, her eyes opened a bit wider, a reflected glint of light from the overhead bulb hinting at a twisted playfulness. You know what's really interesting, Robin? I really don't want to know. She laughed. What's really interesting is the way you sat right where you are now the whole time I was in the bathroom. That was, what, at least 15 minutes? Yeah, at least 15, between dragging that dead boy in there and showering off. And you just sat here. Didn't budge an inch, far as I can tell. You're not cuffed or tied up. You could have slipped out and gotten away. No problem. Now, why is that, Robin? Why did you stay? Oh, shit. She's right. Rob groaned. I don't know. Numb. Out of it. In shock. Scared to death. I didn't know what was happening. Roxie leaned closer to him and crossed her forearms over his knees. The playful, twisted gleam in her eyes sparkled brighter as she stared up at him. Bullshit. You stayed because you wanted to. Because this is the most exciting thing that's happened to you in your whole life. Because I'm the most exciting thing that's happened to you. The small smile that curved the corners of her mouth stirred a maddening desire to kiss her. Admit it. You're enjoying the ride. You don't want it to end. Rob shook his head. Bullshit. You're crazy. He looked helplessly around the room, eyes darting about, taking in the large, sticky stain behind Roxie, the bloody scalpel propped atop the glass ashtray on the table, and the hideous thing stretched tight over the corner of the Gideon Bible on the dresser. The face mask. He looked Roxie in the eye again. That playful quality hadn't diminished an iota, had only amped up as she watched him mentally cataloging the horrors. This is insanity. Pure insanity. I don't want to be here. I don't think I was conscious of being left alone, or I wouldn't be here now. You're evil. Pure fucking evil. A shuddery sigh escaped trembling lips. His eyes began to water. Roxie tossed her head back and laughed with gusto. Oh, Robin, and you wonder why I call you that? You're such a scared little girl. More laughter. But no, that's not right. A girl would be smarter. A girl would have run. I think a better word for you would be... Let's see. She rolled her eyes around a bit, pursed her lips, and tapped her chin with a forefinger. Got it. She snapped her fingers. The word for you is pansy. She giggled. Robin, the sissy-wissy pansy. The words stung, mostly because her accusations seemed to be sort of true. Never in his life had he felt so physically cowed by another human being. No schoolyard bully could ever have done this to him, nor any badass biker or street thug. The helplessness he felt in the presence of this girl made him feel like a piece of shit. Weak, useless, pathetic. In other words, not like a real man. He realized he was shaking again, and this only intensified the self-loathing. Robin, he thought. She's right. It fits. Roxie uncrossed her arms and ran a hand up his thigh. You need to calm down. I think I know a way I can help you relax. Rob pushed her hand away from his crotch. No. Her smile slipped some. What? You heard me. Roxie's expression turned smoldering, just shy of murderous. Bitch, you don't get to say no to anything I want. Her hand slid up his thigh again and roughly cupped his crotch. You really think this is gonna stay limp when I start working on it? The answer to that was already obvious. Rob tried to twist away from Roxie, but she pressed a hand against his chest and shoved him backward. She climbed onto the bed and straddled him, writhed against him, rubbing her pubis against the hard bulge, straining the fabric of his jeans with raw, unbridled enthusiasm. She braced her hands on the mattress and leaned close to him, sneering as she continued to grind her pelvis. What about it, Rob? You want me to stop that? Rob's helpless whimper was the only answer necessary. She kept at it for a while, driving him mad with the need for physical release. A cascade of emotions swirled through his head. Hate, lust, shame, and anger. Then she climbed off him and left Rob panting there as she picked up her tote bag and took a seat at the little table by the window. He stared up at the ceiling through a mist of fresh tears. Some time passed, and a little of the unfulfilled need began to dissipate. A greater swelling of fresh shame rushing in to take its place. What the fuck is wrong with me? How did that happen? It hardly mattered how it happened, really. She had proven a point. and there was no way to refute it. He wanted her. Even now, after bearing witness to the awful things she'd done. The most primitive part of him looked at Roxie and responded first with consuming lust. But the feelings her near-perfect body stirred didn't negate the horror of her heinous acts. That lust was totally apart from everything else he felt about her. And one way or another, he swore he would not allow himself to become a prisoner to those baser feelings. I'm still me, he thought. I'm not the monster. A fucking pansy, maybe. But nope, not a monster. The thought triggered a helpless laugh. What's funny? Rob stifled another laugh. Nothing. I don't like not being in on the joke. Maybe I should come over there and be mean to you. And I mean really mean, Robin. Not like a few minutes ago. Rob knew she meant it, so he told her. That's not funny. Rob sat up and shrugged. I'm sorry, it just made me laugh. Roxie grunted, and her attention went back to a magazine spread open on the table. She had one leg crossed over the other, foot jiggling as she slowly turned the pages. Her toenails were painted black, like her fingernails. The polish was beginning to fleck away. The sole of her foot looked soft and free of calluses. She had the kind of slender ankles that always looked good in high heels. Roxie chuckled. Rob flinched and lifted his eyes. Huh? What? Another chuckle. Foot fetish, Rob? He felt heat in his cheeks. I guess I was staring. Yeah, I don't mind. I do have nice feet, she laughed. The rest of me ain't bad either. Rob swallowed a lump. Yeah. Roxie turned another page, appeared to read a few paragraphs, and then directed a cool, level gaze at him. So, this sex thing, it's gonna happen. Rob lowered his eyes. Yeah, I guess so. Look at me. He looked at her, waited. She turned yet another page of the magazine, but this time didn't even glance at it. Ain't no guessing involved, Rob, she smiled. Question is, we go for it right now, or draw out the anticipation a little longer? I don't know, Roxie. It's whatever you say, obviously. No shit. But before it happens, I have a question or two for you, if that's okay. Roxie shrugged. She flipped the magazine shut, the bright and garish cover drawing Rob's attention for a moment. It was an old issue of Rue Morgue, the one with Luxe Interior on the cover. She laced her fingers over her knees and leaned back in her chair. Ask away. You've killed 6 people today. She smiled. Impressive. Little Robbie can count. Is this a normal day for you? Because I don't see how you could still be walking around. She shook her head. No, Rob. Duh. She put special emphasis on the last word and rolled her eyes. I'd be like the most prolific serial killer fucking ever if I were doing that. So, what's the deal? She shrugged again. I don't kill people all the time. Hell, I go months without doing it sometimes. Then something happens. Some kind of trigger. Like this morning. And I go off on a fucking spree. It's just something I have to get out of my system, and then I'm back to normal for a while. Well, normal for me. How many times have you done this? How many people have you killed? She made her head swivel around on her slender neck, pulled her features into an expression of exasperation. Christ, Rob, I don't know. She unlaced her fingers, moved the digits up and down, and silently mouthed numbers as she pretended to count. Let's see. First time I killed a dude, I was 16. That was my dad. Jesus. Roxie ignored the comment and went on. I'm 20 now. I've had a bit more than half a dozen of these explosions, and in between, I've offed a few random fucks when it was convenient for me. Needed money, a car, or something. Shit, I don't know. I'd say I'm up to at least 30. Maybe 40? Holy fucking shit. Rob felt dizzy. He gripped the edge of the mattress to keep from pitching over. The enormity of the number rocked him. Forcefully reminded him this wasn't just some cute girl he was having a flirty conversation with in a bar. Based on all he'd seen today, he had no reason to doubt her or suspect exaggeration. If anything, the number she'd come up with was probably a conservative estimate. You look sick. I feel sick. We should probably fuck now. It'd get your mind off it. Rob massaged his eyes with the heels of his hands, blinked hard, and stared at her. You like killing, don't you? Jesus. You actually enjoy it. No shit, Rob. Any other observations, Captain Obvious? Another question. She sighed. One more. That's all. Rob hesitated. This was the big one. The one he was most afraid to ask. He had to force the words out. Why am I still alive? Why lure that boy here instead of just killing me? You are so fucking dense. What do you mean? Another sigh. Thing is, I think I like you. What? I like you. He stared at her and his mouth worked for a time, with no words coming out. Then he closed his mouth and thought for a minute before at last managing to squeeze out two simple words. Like how? As in, like, stupid. But you don't even know me. I know you enough. I can't really explain it. Being next to you all day just sort of felt right, you know? Rob shook his head. No, I don't know. I think you do. You do, and you're just trying to hide from it. No. Yes. It's that simple human chemistry thing. That special heat you feel only once in a while, with someone really special. I felt it almost from the beginning. She slid out of the chair and came across the floor to him, on her hands and knees, moving right through the big wet stain from where the boy had bled out on the floor. She crossed her arms over his knees again and smiled up at him. Yeah, I've been a fucking cunt to you, but that's just how I am. Her hands were moving up his thighs again, pressing firmly as they reached for his crotch. Rob gulped. Oh, God. She slithered up his body and pushed him backward onto the bed. She straddled him again and leaned close, her soft lips less than an inch from his. His hands went to her knees, brushed flakes of drying blood, and almost jerked away again. Almost. You want to stay alive, Rob? Here's my advice to you. Her tongue flicked his lower lip, eliciting a shudder. Stay interesting. Let me know you feel it too. Rob's hands moved from her knees, up silken thighs, over her delectably round ass, and settled.
Before we go any further, I'd like to invite you into a space of your own. Here is a relaxing track to help you recharge your energy. Close your eyes. Imagine the weight on your shoulders melting away with each note, leaving only lightness and tranquility.
At the small of her back. She let the full weight of her body settle against him, and they writhed slowly against each other, maintaining eye contact, still not kissing. Then his hands went to her shoulders, and he rolled her over. She laughed, a sound he silenced with his mouth. It was hungry, fierce, desperate, electric. And Rob screamed at the end. 17. March 18th, 2010. The hours passed in a haze of half-remembered horrors and confusion. The stench of the corpse filled the tight, hot space, covering her like a suffocating blanket. The smell of her own vomit beneath the death smell, steadily tickling her gag reflex. A slow torture that never seemed to end, though there was some small measure of relief after she at last managed to work the strip of duct tape off her mouth. The car's tires hummed over interstate asphalt. She heard the roar and buzz of countless other cars and big trucks, along with the occasional blare of horns or blast of passing sirens. So many people, so close to her, all of them passing her by, totally oblivious to her plight. She drifted in and out of sleep. Once she woke up and knew they had stopped, she heard voices from the car, a man talking, the crazy man, and a woman. The woman laughed, and just as Julie was summoning the strength to scream, the mystery woman screamed. The sound was pure fear at first, but then it changed, became more shrill, and went on and on. An awful evocation of blinding, desperate agony, until it abruptly stopped. Then they were on the road again. Julie heard country and western music, the old, really twangy stuff, coming from the car's stereo. She cried some more, and eventually fell asleep with the music in her ears. Then she woke up, and knew at once they had stopped again. The trunk came open, and blinding daylight made her blink fast. The first thing she saw was the dead man, her dried vomit in his wild, matted hair. Next, she saw the trunk lid standing tall above her. Then, hands reaching for her. She was yanked from the trunk and thrown roughly to the ground. She cried out as her knees hit the ground first. She kept tumbling, pitching forward and then onto her side, rolling twice before coming to a stop on her back. The man loomed over her. He was bare-chested, his muscled torso gleaming in the sun. He wore very tight jeans and white sneakers. More of John's pilfered belongings, she guessed. The too tight jeans were far cleaner than the filthy pants he'd been wearing. His body was cleaner than she remembered, too. But his attitude toward her hadn't changed a bit. She saw it in his hard eyes, and the way his upper lip kept twitching. He was holding a shovel.
"You've got work to do, cunt."
He threw the shovel at her. The blade struck her hip and made her cry out again. Ow! She sat up and took a look around. They were in a field somewhere, parked next to an expanse of wilderness. She looked at the crazy man. Where are we? His lip twitched again.
"Ain't any concern of yours, bitch. You got a hole to dig. Get to it."
I thought I told you not to talk to me like that. His hands curled into shaking fists.
"Shut up. Shut the hell up. You do what I told you, or I'll thrash you."
I don't think so. There was murder in his eyes now, a palpable need to kill.
"Don't test me, little bitch. You'll be sorry. I swear."
Julie brought her knees up to her chest and crossed her arms over them. Lulu will be pissed off if you do anything to me. You know that. I'm special, remember?
"I remember."
There was an undertone of bitter resentment in the words. Hearing it made Julie uneasy. The man's Lulu delusion was keeping her alive for now. But the man's drive to rape and kill was strong. Logic told her those baser urges would override the delusion at some point, and then she'd be fucked. Fucked and very, very fucking dead. And someday, crime scene photos of her defiled and decaying corpse would be saved on some other morbid kid's computer. She needed to buy time somehow, and the only obvious way was to go along with whatever he wanted, all the while keeping an eye out for an opening, some way out. I'll dig the hole, okay? Just try to be a little nicer to me. That's all I'm saying.
"Dig the fucking hole right now."
Julie picked up the shovel and used it to steady herself as she stood up. She wiped grass and bits of dirt from her bare body and looked at him. I don't want to do this naked, dude. You got any clothes for me? He smirked.
"Got some of that woman's things in a bag. You can dress after you dig the hole."
Julie shook her head. No, now.
"After."
Julie scowled. It's because you're a fucking pervert, right? You just want to stare at me. He almost smiled.
"Like to do a lot more than stare."
But Lulu won't let you. He wiped moisture from his mouth with the back of his hand.
"Right. For now. She's changed her mind on things before."
Julie rolled her eyes. I'll bet. Whatever, man. If you get wood and want to spank it, please do it in the car, okay? I don't need to see that shit. That too much to ask? The man just laughed. Julie thought about whacking him upside the head with the shovel. It was a good, sturdy tool with a clean, sharp blade, probably taken from John's garage. A solid blow to the head from this thing would put most guys down for the count, at least long enough to do some more damage before he could get up again. But this guy was no normal dude. He was big and crazy. He would probably see it coming. He'd just take the shovel from her and spank her with it. So, this hole, where should I dig it?
"Anywhere. Right where you're standing is fine."
Uh-huh. And how big should it be?
"Big. It's a grave."
Julie gulped.
Not for you."
Julie glanced at the body in the trunk. Oh, right.
"You killed Clyde, my only friend. It's only right you should do this work. And when you're done digging the hole, you'll put him in the ground and bury him."
Julie's nose crinkled. This is gonna take a while. Hours, maybe. He smiled.
We've got all the time in the world.
Julie glanced down at her bare feet. I should at least have shoes for this. Or sandals. You can still have your sexy show and my feet won't get all fucked up. The man, he shrugged and went to the car. He opened the passenger side door and leaned inside. In a moment, he came back and tossed her a pair of white sneakers with pink trim. Julie dropped the shovel and put the shoes on. They were about a size too big, but comfortable enough. She picked up the shovel again and started digging. It was hard, sweaty work. The day was unseasonably warm for early spring. A sheen of sweat covered her entire body within minutes of beginning the task. The crazy man watched her intently the whole time. She glanced at him once and saw him licking his lips and rubbing his hairy chest, his palm flat against the flesh, moving in slow circles. And of course, the crotch of those too tight jeans was disturbingly swollen. She tried not to look at him too often. It was too easy to imagine what was in his head. Same thing most guys would be thinking about, putting his dick inside her. So she concentrated on the work, pausing only to wipe sweat from her brow and take a brief rest. Her pleas for water were ignored. By the time the hole was big enough to accommodate a man's body, she felt like she would die of thirst. She climbed out of the hole and fell to her knees, tears spilling down her cheeks as she begged again for something to drink.
Your work ain't done yet.
She sniffled. Please, I'm so thirsty. Please.
Get Clyde in the ground, and you'll get your drink.
She looked up at him through gleaming eyes. You promise? He sneered.
Yeah, I promise. Now quit your bawling and get this shit done.
Julie sniffled again and managed a shaky nod. Okay, thank you. She got to her feet and wobbled over to the BMW's open trunk. Her features twisted in disgust as she reached inside and gripped the dead man under the armpits. She lifted him and hauled him out, grunting loudly from the exertion several times. She dragged him over to the hole and rolled him into it. Then she got to work, filling the space with the pile of freshly turned earth. There was an odd kind of satisfaction to watching the man she'd killed disappear beneath the soil. She stared at his dead, perforated flesh and thought of how it felt to stab him with the corkscrew. She'd like to experience that sensation at least one more time. She imagined the still living one at her mercy, a knife in her hand, the blade penetrating his flesh, ruining it, cutting through muscle and sinew. Oh, how she'd love to cut him, over and over, and fucking over, until he was still and the breath was gone from his body. Soon the task was complete, the hole filled in a tiny fraction of the time it had taken to dig it. Julie threw the shovel down and took a staggering step in the man's direction. Water? He screwed the cap off a metal flask and passed it to her. She brought it to her lips and tasted cheap whiskey. She gagged and spat the first swallow out. Then she whimpered and drank a little more. It was better than nothing. At least her mouth didn't feel so parched. The man took the flask from her, screwed the cap back on, and shoved it into a rear pocket of the jeans. Then he seized her by an arm and started dragging her toward the woods. Julie's eyes went wide. Hold on, stop! What are you doing?
Got another job for you.
Are you fucking kidding me?
No,
she whimpered. Jesus! I can't. I swear I'm about to pass out. He laughed.
This one's gonna be easy. It's all set up for you already. Just one little thing you have to do.
Julie didn't have the first clue what he was talking about and figured asking him to elaborate would be useless. Whatever he had in store for her was bound to be something horrible, and knowing what it was in advance wouldn't do her any good anyway. The man pulled her roughly through the woods, keeping a steady grip on her arm the whole time and jerking her upright every time she stumbled, which was often. Low-hanging branches and a bit of bramble poked and scratched her bare flesh. The forced march through wilderness went on for at least 10 minutes, maybe longer. She began to think the other job had just been a ruse to get her deep into the woods, far enough out to kill her and leave her body without worrying about having to dig another hole. And maybe those baser instincts had already trumped the Lulu delusion. Oh God, I'm about to die. She started crying again. No, wait. That wasn't her. The sound was coming from somewhere directly ahead. Someone else was out here. She saw some bushes and some very leafy trees. The man dragged her through the bushes, inflicting numerous new scratches on her body. They emerged into a very small clearing. A nude woman leaned against the thick trunk of a very tall tree. Her hands were stretched high over her head, the wrists bound with rope and tied to a low branch. Her ankles were tied with another length of rope. Several layers of duct tape were wound around her mouth and the back of her head. The woman saw them coming and began to mewl. The man planted a hand at the small of Julie's back and gave her a hard shove. She stumbled deeper into the clearing and dropped to her hands and knees in front of the bound woman. She looked up and saw the desperate terror in the woman's shiny eyes. The eyes went wide, silently begged her for help. The man stepped past Julie and removed a big hunting knife he'd left embedded in the trunk of the tree. Then he yanked Julie to her feet again, eliciting a startled screech as he pressed the knife into one of her shaking hands.
Kill her.
Julie gaped at him. What?
You heard me.
No, I can't. I won't. The man's face went hard again.
You have to kill her. It's what Lulu wants.
What? Why? His grip on her arm tightened to a painful degree.
This is a test. You have to show you're worthy. Prove you're like us.
His upper lip twitched.
Kill her.
He released her arm and shoved her forward again. Julie looked at the woman. She was pretty. Slender but curvy. She was maybe 30. Her brown hair was long and curly. She wore a necklace with a little heart pendant, the kind of thing a boyfriend might give her. Then she saw the ring. Strike that. Not a boyfriend. Her husband. A man who loved this woman was out there somewhere, maybe scared and wondering where she was. That man was never going to see her again. Not alive, anyway. She threw the knife to the ground and moved away from him. I'm not killing her. Fuck that. The bound woman made the mewling sound again. The man smirked.
So, you admit you're not like me. Lulu was wrong.
No, he frowned.
But
I won't kill a woman. Bring me a man. Any man. I don't care. I'll do any nasty thing you want to him. Slit his throat and drink his blood. Open his gut and pull his intestines out. Cut his dick off and feed it to him. Whatever. But this? She gestured at the woman. No fucking way. He stared at her for a long time. Then he started talking to Lulu, which was really weird, watching the crazy fuck talk to the voice in his head, arguing heatedly with himself, basically. After a while, he appeared to surrender. He sighed.
Lulu says we'll do it. I'll put you back in the trunk and go find you a man to kill.
Julie shook her head. No.
No.
No. She shook her head again. I'm done with the trunk. I get to ride up front with you. He started to protest, but she pressed on. And the reason for that is I'm not letting you pick who I get to kill. That's my call. I meant what I said. We'll grab some fucker and I'll fuck him the fuck up. But you don't get to tell me who it's going to be. Got it? She expected him to argue the point, but he just shrugged and said,
Okay.
Then he picked up the hunting knife. Julie shook her head vigorously. Don't, he laughed. Then he rammed the big blade into the bound woman's flat belly up to the hilt and jerked it back out. A thick gout of blood spilled from the wound, and the woman bucked against her bonds. Her eyes got even wider. An instinct made her try to suck in breath through her mouth, dimpling the thickly layered duct tape beneath her nose. Julie staggered backward, tripped on a rock, and fell hard on her ass. She sat there and watched the crazy man do some more things to the doomed woman with his big knife. Then she rolled onto her stomach and squeezed her eyes shut. Help me, she thought. Somebody, please, help me. 18. Diary of a Mixed-Up Girl blog entry, dated October 31st, 2009. You would not believe the fucked up day I've had so far. And on my favorite day of the fucking year. Of all fucking days. I'm so fucking furious, I'm shaking. Like, seriously? Shaking like one of those hardcore alcoholics locked in a detox cell. I keep backing up and starting every sentence over because even though I'm so goddamn angry, I can't get past my anal hatred of typos. Christ, my life is ridiculous. It's true. I'm a ridiculous person. Like I'm the boiled-down cliché essence of every tortured fucking goth kid ever. I hate being a type. A fucking category. But I am. I fucking am, man. The only thing distinguishing me from the rest of Team Gloom is my look. I've got that all-American girl thing happening. I was sort of proud of that. Thought it set me apart. It was the best disguise fucking ever. No one could ever guess the truth about me or see the darkness inside. Wrong. I for sure thought I was fooling the fuck out of my parents, especially my mother. I always thought she was fucking stupid and clueless. What with that bland, pleasant way of talking, sounding like a 50s housewife. Barely a working brain cell in her bubble head, I thought. Until today. Because it turns out the joke was on me. This is a lot of beating around the bush. The thought of actually writing it down makes me start shaking again. But fuck it. I'll just spit it out. Came home from school and right away knew something fucked was happening. First clue was the extra cars parked outside. Came inside and saw all these serious-looking old fucks. I thought somebody had died. A grandparent, maybe? I got a little nervous and started psyching myself up to fake some grief. But then, Dad gets up and says some shit that went something like, "Honey, we don't want you to be mad because we love you and this is all about how much we totally fucking love you, honey, and holy fuck, but we are so fucking worried and we just want to help you, okay?" And Mom starts bawling. And suddenly, I get what this is. This is one of those intervention things. So I start yelling at them, becoming a fucking profanity machine. But their bullshit goes on and on. "Nobody's here to judge you, sweetie," they tell me. "Could you please calm down? Could you please fucking calm down?" But I keep yelling. I'm fucking screaming. They're not here to judge me. Who are they fucking kidding? After a while, some of them got all pissed off too, and pretty soon everybody was screaming. The relatives, some neighbors, Our family fucking doctor, for fuck's sake. I was surprised a priest wasn't there to conduct an exorcism. Seriously. That's how crazy this whole overblown thing is. The hysteria just kept building and building until Dad slapped the shit out of me. No shit. I am not kidding. The bastard walloped me. And I got sent to my room, just like a little kid. That's where I am now, waiting. Fucking scared shitless how this is gonna work out. I can hear them all down there, talking about me. Nobody's gone. Somebody's crying. Probably you're wondering what this is all about. It all goes back to that video I uploaded. Yeah, that one. The rabbit thing. Some parent got wind of it and sent Dad a link. He started putting this whole intervention debacle together as soon as he saw it. He asked around about me, talked to my friends. Somebody out there spilled some more of my secrets. I thought I could trust most of you. Thought making this a private journal would prevent shit like this. Guess I learned my lesson, huh? Somebody reading this has a big fucking mouth. I wish I knew who. Really, because I'd fucking kill you. For real. Post a comment with your confession, and I'll be out the window and on my way to slit your fucking throat faster than you can say I'm a miserable, worthless fucking snitch who should be gutted like a pig. This is the last entry most of you will see. I'm deleting everybody. I don't totally fucking trust tonight. Fuck you, die. Note. Above entry contained 73 responses before the journal owner locked it. A sampling follows below. Lord Ruthven, you do need help, and you know it. This had to happen. Mixed up girl. Fuck. I knew it was you. You're dead. Lord Ruthven, threats don't scare me, Julie. You should know that by now. And anyway, your snitch is somebody else. I'd tell you otherwise. You should know that, too. Mixed up girl. Yeah. I guess I do, at that. But I still fucking hate you. Lord Ruthven. So delete me. Mixed up girl. No, I can't. And you should know that. 19. March 23rd, 2010. The world was spinning as she began to emerge from the haze, consciousness returning in slow, painful degrees. She was in a bed. She wasn't alone. Someone was snoring. A warm body pressed up against her back. She pried her eyes open and saw that she was hanging over the side of the bed, one arm dangling toward the floor. A tall bottle of vodka sat on the carpeted floor, just out of arm's reach. It was empty. She turned her head and saw more empty bottles. Her head was pounding, a relentless throb that made her want to cry. She heard music. Lady Gaga gave way to the ting-tings. Emily had plugged her iPod into a dock at some point, and it was still playing. Zoe looked at the vodka bottle. She considered grabbing it and throwing it at the dock, but just thinking of the effort it would require made her stomach roll. Then the memories of the evening's debaucheries began to surface, and she groaned again. Jesus, what a night. She felt a hand on her hip, long manicured nails indenting her flesh, bare breasts pressed against her back. Emily's breath was warm on her neck. The slow, regular sound of her breathing indicated she was still asleep. And that was good, because she wasn't quite ready to face her friend. Maybe would never be ready. Images from the night before taunted her now, riding Joe's erect cock while Emily groped her body. Emily penetrating her with a strap-on dildo, holy fuck, did that really happen? From behind. The rest of the evening was a blur of booze, cocaine, and more sex. She couldn't keep her hands off Joe. It had been so long since she'd touched another guy, and she just couldn't get enough. And Emily was only too happy to allow her to have her way with her man. They stayed up for hours and hours. The sun came up, and they kept going. Eventually, though, the sheer quantity of booze consumed overwhelmed the coke. Zoe didn't remember passing out, but she knew it couldn't have been that long ago. The digital clock on the nightstand near her head showed the time as 8:19 a.m. How long had she slept? An hour? Maybe 2? Jesus. She thought of Chuck and felt a dim sense of alarm. She had been gone all night. He must have come home and wondered where she was. Had he come snooping around during the night? Things had been crazy, but she was sure they'd never been interrupted. And the blinds were shut tight. No one could know what was going on in here. On the other hand, she stared at the empty vodka bottle again for several long moments before shifting her focus to the array of brown and green beer bottles scattered all about. Someone had made a booze run during the night, but she had no idea who had done it. And if she couldn't remember that, what else might she be forgetting? Oh, fuck. She started panicking. Maybe Chuck had come by during the night after all. He hadn't been happy with her last night, but he wouldn't just dismiss her absence, not for this length of time. He would have worried. He would have come looking for her. She thought of him coming into the room and seeing her bouncing up and down on his best friend's dick. She cursed her stupidity. Yes, she'd been upset last night, had been upset and anxious for a while, but that didn't excuse what had happened. Bottom line, this whole escapade was a colossal lapse in judgment. She had no business letting something like this happen, not, at least, until she was well and truly done with Chuck. She swung her legs over the side of the bed and sat slowly up, groaning as the ache in her head flared brighter. She whimpered and scanned the floor for her clothes. The pain was bad, but the need to get dressed and out was more intense. It wasn't just the need to see Chuck and know the full extent of the damage done. That reluctance to face Emily after the things they'd done together was growing by the moment, was verging on becoming something much more intense. Fuck. She might have to spend the remainder of the vacation avoiding all contact with her best friend. And that sucked, but she didn't see how she had a choice. Or did she? Nobody forced you to do any of those things. This was undeniably true. She had come to this room of her own free will. Guess what else? You fucking loved every second of it. Also true. Acknowledging this only intensified the conflicted state of her emotions. There were implications in last night's mad romp she wouldn't be ready to deal with for a long time. So yeah, she needed to be gone from this fucking den of iniquity. But where were her fucking clothes? She got to her feet and shakily wandered about the room. Her shorts and halter were in a pile of discarded garments on the other side of the bed, mixed in with Emily's clingy black dress and Joe's jeans and underwear. She stooped to retrieve her clothes from the pile and let out a startled yelp as a fist thudded against the other side of the closed door. A voice called out her name. Female? Annalisa? The knock came again, louder, much more insistent. The voice rose in register, becoming shrill as it called out her name again, and then Emily's name. Zoe groaned and managed to croak out a husky reply. "Hold on!" She hopped into the shorts, the effort causing her to fall against the wall behind her. The insistent knock came yet again, louder, faster, harder, just like the relentless beat of the club music spewing from Emily's iPod. Zoe wanted to scream. It was all too much. She finished dressing, stabbed the iPod's pause button, and wobbled over to the door. Emily stirred behind her. She yawned sleepily. What's going on? Dunno. Zoe opened the door and blinked against bright sunlight. She held a hand to her brow and squinted at Annalisa's livid expression. Hey, what's up? Annalisa pushed past her into the room. Her friend looked like she was about to blow a gasket. She was shaking. Zoe was pretty sure she'd never seen her quite this angry. Watching her survey the room did nothing to still Zoe's fears. It was too easy to see it all through Annalisa's eyes. The naked bodies, the empty booze bottles, the tray on the table with still lingering traces of white powder smudged across its surface. All that, and the odor of sex still heavy in the air. Annalisa turned to look at her. So, you've been here all night. Zoe grimaced at her tone and said, Yeah. Having a little party, right? Zoe shrugged. I guess. Emily sat up in bed and stretched her arms high over her head as she yawned again. She was still nude and made no effort to cover herself. Look, what's the big fucking deal? Seriously, Zoe's a grown-up. She can do what she wants. Who the fuck are you to judge? Emboldened by Emily's sharp tongue, Zoe's felt a bit of her own defensiveness fade. Some of the shame seemed to vanish as well. Yeah, so I had some fucking fun last night. So what? Nobody got hurt. Annalisa did not look chastened by this reproach. Well, that's where you're wrong, Zoe. Somebody did get hurt. Zoe frowned. What are you talking about? You need to see Chuck. She clapped a hand around one of Zoe's wrists and began to drag her toward the door. You need to see what happened last night while you were off playing with these creeps. Emily raised a middle finger. Fuck you too, bitch. I've never fucking liked you, stupid whore. Annalisa paused with her hand on the door, turned to face Emily. I'm glad you said that, Emily. I always thought you were only pretending to like me for Zoe's sake. Now I know. She glanced at Zoe. We all know. Zoe's head was throbbing again. Can we please just stop this? Emily sneered at Annalisa. Boring cunt. Zoe was pulled out into the bright sunlight. The door to her room was standing open. She made Annalisa halt just outside the door, laying a hand on the other girl's shoulder and turning her toward her. Look, I'm sorry Emily was so mean. She didn't mean any of that. I'll talk to her about it. Annalisa's expression softened some. I appreciate the thought, but there's no need to play peacemaker, Zoe. Honestly, it's a relief. I'm so tired of the game. She's a user. The only sad thing is how totally fooled she has you. You're not being fair, Annalisa shrugged. Maybe, maybe not. But let's leave it for another time. She nodded at the open door. This needs dealing with now. Zoe frowned, feeling anxious again. Is it really that bad? Annalisa didn't say anything, but she didn't need to. The grim look on her face said it all. Zoe's anxiety increased as she followed her inside. The bathroom door stood open at the far end of the room. She heard water running and an intermittent splashing sound. She brushed past Annalisa, stopped at the door, and put a hand to her mouth to stifle a gasp. Chuck was in there, attired only in his jeans. He was leaning over the sink and splashing cold water on his face. He looked at her and tried to smile, an effort rendered grotesque by his swollen lips. His face was bruised and abraded in several places. There was more swelling around both eyes. His bare torso bore similar signs of abuse. Someone had kicked the living shit out of him. Zoe's eyes watered. God, Chuck, what happened? He shrugged and stood up straight, gingerly patting his face dry with a white washcloth. Got jumped outside a bar across the street at 3 a.m. Couple of guys in ski masks. It looks worse than it is. Zoe wiped tears from her cheeks with the back of a hand. She stepped into the bathroom and cautiously touched one of the welts on his face, eliciting a small wince. Jesus, Chuck, you poor thing. I'm sorry. More tears came then, followed by a sob, then still more sobs. She was shaking. Chuck pulled her into his arms, allowing her to press her damp face against his warm neck. He stroked her hair and patted her back, whispered words of reassurance. She'd already felt pretty damn guilty, but hearing and feeling the sincerity of his concern only made it worse. She thought of what she must have been doing while Chuck was being assaulted and felt like pure shit. He'd only gone to that bar because of his frustrations with her. This was all her fault. The sobs intensified, and pretty soon she was wailing like a baby. Chuck just held her and rocked her very gently, cooing in her ear until she began to calm down. She moved back a step, but stayed in his arms as she looked up at him and blinked away more tears. What did the police say? Chuck's expression turned stony. Police? You did call the cops. Chuck shook his head. No cops. Are you shitting me? You can't be serious. Annalisa snorted behind her. Oh, he's serious. We've spent the last hour going round and round on this. Got fed up and said I'd call them myself. Would have done it too, except Chuckles here threatened to smash my BlackBerry into 1,000,000 little pieces. Can't have that. Why on earth wouldn't you call the cops? They might have killed you, Chuck. Zoe started trembling again as she said this, because it was absolutely true. Chuck could easily have died while she was off screwing and snorting half of Columbia up her nose. The thought brought the enormity of it all home again, causing fresh tears to spill. Oh, Chuck. He cupped her face in his hands. Hey, look at me. Listen to me, okay? I'm fine. I'm not dead. Sure, I look a mess, but it's nothing permanent. They got my credit cards and all the cash I had, but I've already canceled the cards, and Dad's wiring some money. He forced a laugh. How old school is that? We'll have to go to a Western Union. It's kind of funny when you think about it. The crease in Zoe's brow deepened. No, it's not. It's not funny at all. I want you to call the cops, Chuck. No. God damn it, why not? I'm trying to tell you. The money's covered, and we're on fucking vacation. I'm not about to let anything ruin that. The way things stand, we can still get to Myrtle Beach today and get on with having a good time. We can put this bullshit behind us and have a great vacation. Or, a smirk indented a corner of his mouth, I can call the cops, and it'll become this huge stinking deal. He shook his head. Fuck that. Me? I'm ready to hit the road. He ruffled her hair. Looks like you had a rough night, too. Take a shower. We'll grab some breakfast and get moving again. What do you say? Zoe stared at him without speaking for a long while. It was clear a part of him really believed in what he was saying. But something still didn't feel right. He was putting a lot of effort into making this thing go away. It was odd. This was no mere petty theft he'd endured. He'd been violently assaulted. Still, Chuck had always been good at talking people into doing things his way, a talent handed down to him from his big-shot father. She had been sure she'd developed an immunity to his manipulations, but now she wasn't so sure. She wasn't sure about a lot of things. She stared at his wounds, and her heart ached for him. Some remaining ember of the passion she'd once felt for him began to flare back to life. It was stupid, but she couldn't help it. She looked at his beaten face and wanted to help him heal, make him whole again. She sighed and summoned a smile. Okay, you win. No cops. He grinned, then winced in pain.
Awesome. You won't regret this, Zoe, I promise.
He pulled her into his arms again, and she hugged him back with all her might. She looked over his shoulder and saw Annalise's reflection in the bathroom mirror. There was a look of intense disapproval on her face. Regardless of the sympathy she obviously felt for Chuck today, she just as obviously still didn't like him. It'd take more than one savage beating at the hands of masked strangers to change that. Zoe tilted her head and stared at the ceiling. There was no judgment there. None she could see, at least. 20. March 23rd, 2010. He knew what he should do. It was what any sane person would do. He slowed slightly as a side road came up on the right, eyeing the potential path to freedom with a mixture of longing and trepidation. The old Tercel was some 20 yards ahead of him and had already passed the side road. He eased off the gas some more, hanging back a little as he thought about it. He still had time. A few precious seconds. He could whip the Galaxy in that direction, put the pedal down, and be on his way out of this madness. It was a tantalizing thought. He imagined Lindsay, Charlene, and his Uncle Bill seeing this situation through his eyes, watching it like a scene in a suspense movie, sitting on the edge of their seats and loudly urging him to take the turn. The Galaxy rolled past the side road. He spared it one last, yearning look and returned his attention to the road ahead. The Tercel had slowed some too. Roxie was probably watching him in the rearview mirror, waiting to see what he would do. What would she have done if he'd tried to flee? Probably execute a wide gravel and dust-spewing turn and come after him at high speed. She couldn't just let him go, could she? He was a witness to several brutal murders. He could testify against her, put her on death row. Why in the hell would she risk that? It made no sense. He thought about it some more as he pushed the gas pedal down and narrowed the gap between the two cars. He decided he was wrong. What Roxie was doing made no sense from the perspective of a normal, rational person. But she wasn't normal or rational. She was the most reckless person he'd ever met. So in a way, what she was doing made perfect sense. It was part of a larger pattern of wild unpredictability. Also, she seemed utterly fearless and confident. She wasn't worried about the possibility of Rob calling the law down on her because she was absolutely certain he wouldn't do that. Didn't doubt it for even a second. And the hell of it was, she was right. He might yet flee. He was still alone behind the wheel of the Galaxy. He wasn't out of escape opportunities just yet. But even if he ran, he would do nothing more than return to his old life, covering his absence with a story about a wild bender to mollify his friends and loved ones. He would never tell the cops about Roxie, or any of the things she'd done. Sure, she deserved to face some kind of justice for those things, and maybe one day that would happen. Hell, it was probably inevitable. She couldn't run from that long trail of dead bodies forever. But it didn't matter. Not right here and now. All Rob knew for sure was he would not be the reason it happened. Not after last night. Memories of the long evening of carnal indulgence made him shiver with renewed desire. Holy shit. Seriously. Holy fucking shit. He had been with 7 other women prior to Roxie, had no real bedroom complaints about all but one of them, the exception being weird Miss Carmichael, his sophomore English teacher. But nothing in his past matched the sheer erotic intensity of sex with Roxie. She was beyond wild, like a frenzied animal at times, and yet not out of control. She knew what she was doing and was able to manipulate him to the brink and back again, over and over. She bruised and wounded his body, leaving scratches and bite marks all over his torso. He got hard again as he thought about what it had been like to penetrate her, as she writhed and growled beneath him, her eyes alight with a fierce and intimidating hunger. Holy, ever-loving goddamn. The tercel started slowing down. Rob gave his head a hard shake to clear the erotic memories and tried to focus on the task at hand. They were on a narrow and winding rural back road, a route Roxie had selected after careful consultation of an atlas. The road was very lightly traveled. They had passed only one other vehicle for the last 3 miles, a lumbering old pickup driven by a hunched-over elderly man. The road wasn't just off the beaten path. It was the highway to the middle of fucking nowhere. At least it seemed that way. Considering what she had in mind, Roxie had chosen wisely. Of course, what she had in mind was more violent madness, and he wasn't too thrilled about that. But he couldn't say he didn't know what he was in for by this point. Nope. He was going into this with his eyes wide open, with the full knowledge that something horrible would be happening very shortly. The tercel continued to slow down. Rob craned his neck and saw another narrow side road coming up on the left. Roxie put on the tercel's blinker and slowed almost to a full stop. Rob laughed, the blinker being sort of unnecessary. She turned left down the little road, and Rob followed her lead, leaving the gravel rural route for a rutted dirt passage that was more like a path through the woods than an actual road. The road was rough on the Galaxy's old frame, and Rob winced at every bump and jounce. The dense line of trees to either side of the road seemed to grow taller the deeper they plunged into the woods, almost to the point of blotting out the sky. The path widened a little at one point, and Rob was unsurprised when Roxie chose to stop there. She parked the tercel, and Rob pulled in behind her. He turned the key backward in the ignition, silencing the rumbling engine. He got out and stretched, tired from the long hours of driving. The tercel's driver's side door popped open, and Roxie stepped out. She was wearing the same tight t-shirt and jeans she'd worn the previous day. His breath caught in his throat as his eyes traced the luscious lines of her body. The memories stirred again. His hands flexed. Instinct. He could almost feel her soft flesh beneath his fingers. She saw him looking and smiled. He smiled back. Then he saw the gun tucked into the waistband of her jeans, and the smile faded. He remembered why they were out here, and a renewed sense of bleakness colored his perceptions, temporarily dampened his desire for her. She came to him and put her arms around him, held him very close, let him feel the weight of the gun against his belly. She smiled. "You almost ran, didn't you?" He shrugged. "No, not really. Thought about it. It was never really gonna happen." Her smile brightened. Good. He was getting hard again, crazy. Even now, knowing what was about to happen, he wanted her bad. He cleared his throat. "Roxie." She laughed, touched a finger to his lips. "Time for fun later. Business first." She let go of him and walked over to the tercel's trunk, twirling a ring of keys on an upraised index finger. The keys belonged to the person locked inside the trunk, a man who was about to die. Roxie whistled a perky tune as she stood there with one hip cocked out and sorted through the keys. She found the right one and opened the trunk. The man lying in that dark space reached out to her with a shaky, pasty hand which she knocked away. She tugged the gun out of her waistband, stepped back, and pointed it at him. "Get out, fucker." A sob emerged from the trunk. Roxie's posture became more rigid, and she thrust the gun toward the trunk. "Get the fuck out! Right fucking now, fucker!" Rob cringed, his ears ringing. More sobs came from the trunk. But now the man grasped the rubber-covered lip of the trunk and started to haul himself out. Rob's heart began to race, the harsh reality of what was happening hitting him again. A man was about to be murdered, and he had no intention of doing anything to prevent it. His conscience jeered at him. "Still think you're not a monster, asshole?" Rob felt like crying, but his eyes remained dry. Actual tears would only deepen his shame. The voice of his conscience was right. There was no way to absolve himself of his complicity in this heinous act. This was wrong. Flat out fucking wrong. So, that made him a bad guy. Okay, yeah, he wasn't the one pulling the trigger, but big deal. He was letting it happen, which made him just as bad as Roxie. The man was out of the trunk now. He stood up straight and blinked against the bright sunlight. He was a pudgy guy in his 30s. He wore dirty jeans and a wrinkled old Star Wars t-shirt. The guy looked at the gun and whined. He was pathetic. The aging nerd had probably been getting his ass handed to him since grammar school. Why should the last day of his miserable life be any different? He had been a ridiculously easy mark. An hour of cruising the tall, drier parts of Starkweather, North Carolina, had led them to an apartment complex called the Shire, a name that elicited predictable giggles from Roxie. The complex was not a hive of activity that early on a working day. Most of the parking spaces were empty. Just one car had been parked outside of Building G, the beat-up old Tercel belonging to Mr. Lucky here. He'd come out of his apartment and approached his car at just the wrong time for him. It was stunning how fast it happened. That fat moron just gaped stupidly at Roxie as she leaped out of the galaxy and brandished the gun at him. She whipped the gun across his face, snapping teeth and drawing blood. Then she snatched his keys from his hand, got the Tercel's trunk open, and shoved him inside. It had all happened in just over a minute, and no one had seen a thing. No one inclined to do anything about it anyway. Roxie took the Tercel, and Rob followed her to a nearby gas station, where Roxie purchased the Atlas and outlined her plans. So now they had their new car, and one last loose end to tie up. Roxie waved the gun toward the line of trees on her right. "That way, fucker." The man glanced at the woods, licked his lips, and looked at Roxie again. "You're about to kill me, aren't you?" Roxie snickered. "Fatty wins the prize." "Then I'm not going anywhere. And the name's Greg, not Fatty." Roxie glowered at him. "I care why?" Greg sucked up his courage and sneered at her. "Don't you think you should know the name of the person you're killing? Maybe it makes it a little less impersonal, right? Like you're killing an actual human being instead of a thing." He shook his head. "I'm not a thing. You can't kill me with no more thought than you'd give to squashing a bug." His bottom lip began to tremble again. "It isn't right. So you can just shoot me here, bitch. I'm not doing a death march for you." Roxie whipped the gun across his face, staggering him, then swung it back around for another blow. He fell back against the trunk, and Roxie shoved the .38's barrel deep inside his open mouth. She leaned close to him, spraying his sweat-sheened face with spittle as she pushed out a string of tightly enunciated words. "You fuck. You fat fucking fuck. You're less than a bug. You're nothing. Think I can't make this hard, you fucking geek? Think I can't make you beg? Start walking, or you'll find out just how low I can take you, bitch. She stepped away from him and grabbed him by the neck, shoved him toward the woods. He staggered in that direction, cried out, glanced once over his shoulder, and kept walking. He was broken. It was painfully easy to see. He would do whatever Roxie said from this point on, despite knowing there was no way to alter the final outcome of his desperate plight. Rob followed them into the woods. This patch of wilderness was thick with wildly growing vegetation. There were leafy vines, plants, and bushes everywhere. He was thankful for his jeans and long sleeves. He couldn't identify poison oak or ivy by sight, but there were enough prickly, strangely shaped leaves about to worry him. As always, Roxie just barged ahead, completely heedless of the potential dangers of nature. Rob hung back several feet, watching Roxie and the condemned man with a wary eye. He kept expecting Greg to bolt, maybe catch them by surprise and hope to get far enough away to seek cover in the woods. It was what Rob would do in his position. What other option was there? It would be futile, of course. The guy was fat and slow. Roxie was young and fit. She would pursue him, eventually take him down. Maybe she was hoping Greg would make a break for it. Hell, she would probably enjoy chasing her quarry through the woods, safe in the knowledge there was no way he could successfully elude her for long. Roxie glanced over her shoulder at Rob. Look at this fuck, Rob. All that fucking blubber. It's disgusting, right?
I guess.
Roxie snorted and turned her attention back to Greg, whose already plodding pace was slowing by the minute. Damn right it is. We should call SeaWorld. Let them know one of their whales escaped. Hey, Greg, how did you get so far inland? You some kind of amphibian mutant humpback piece of shit? Greg didn't say anything, just kept shuffling forward. Roxie laughed. The mocking cruelty disturbed Rob, but it didn't surprise him. This was an absolutely unrepentant, cold-blooded killer. Cruelty was deeply ingrained in her nature. Greg was going to die, no doubt about it. Still, he should be allowed some small measure of dignity. Rob briefly considered voicing this opinion and immediately thought better of it. It wouldn't help Greg, and it might earn him a world of grief in the bargain. So he kept his mouth shut and kept walking, did his best to tune out her relentless barrage of belittling insults. Sweat dampened the fabric of his shirt beneath the armpits. Rob wasn't sure how long they'd been out here or how far they'd come. Long enough to work up a sweat, anyway. A glance over his shoulder confirmed they'd come far enough to lose all sight of the road and the cars. They were surrounded by wilderness. It made him feel claustrophobic, which was an odd thing to feel in the great outdoors. They kept trudging forward. Another sweat stain spread across the back of his shirt, causing the fabric to adhere to his flesh. Then, just when he thought he couldn't take it anymore, they arrived at a place where there was a bit more space between the tightly bunched trees, a sort of mini clearing. You can stop now, whale boy. Greg was barely moving by this point. Coming to a halt required minimal effort. He stopped in his tracks and stared up at a tree directly ahead of him. Dim, unintelligible words emerged from his mouth. Roxie giggled. He's praying, Rob thought. Who wouldn't? Roxie had been holding the gun down by her side. She lifted it now and aimed it squarely at the man's back. Rob hoped she'd just pull the trigger and be done with it, rather than drawing it out any longer. He should have known better. Turn around, fucker. Roxie wasn't giggling now. Her voice was hard and cold again. Now, bitch. I don't mean later today or tomorrow. Turn the fuck around right fucking now. Greg turned around and stared at the ground. His mouth was still moving, rapidly, as he hurried to share his last conscious thoughts with God. Knock that shit off and look at me, Greg. The use of his actual name in place of an epithet apparently got his attention. Greg opened his eyes and stared right at her. His eyes were wet. A snot bubble swelled from one nostril and popped. Roxie smiled. Good boy. Now get on your knees. There was no fight at all left in this man. He dropped slowly to his knees with a pained grunt and stared up at her. Roxie stepped toward him and placed the barrel of the gun against his forehead. Keep your eyes open, Greg. Do it, or I'll make this worse. I promise. You believe me, don't you? Greg kept his eyes open and replied with a very slight nod. Roxie smiled again. Good. I've got a question for you, Greg. You don't really want to die today, do you? Confusion creased Greg's brow, but he managed a small shake of his head. Roxie chuckled. Didn't think so. I mean, whales are dumb animals, but even whales want to live, right? Another chuckle. Don't worry, I'm just fucking with you. Don't expect a real answer to that. She stepped away from Greg and aimed the .38 at Rob's belly. I want you on your knees too, Rob. Right next to the whale. Rob's mouth came open. He just stared at her for a moment, unable to speak. Unable even to form a single coherent thought. He searched her face for any hint of mirth, but there was nothing. He'd never seen a face so pretty look so hard. Her beauty was a mask. In that moment, he could clearly see the ugliness lurking beneath. His eyes watered. Not so many hours ago, he'd made love to this woman, had shared with her an experience more intense than he could ever hope to share with another human being. He couldn't fathom how the woman he'd shared that with now apparently intended to kill him, which made him an even bigger idiot than he'd begun to suspect. He knew what she was, had known all along. So this shouldn't come as a surprise, shouldn't feel like a betrayal. But it did. It did. Oh, God. She thumbed back the .38's hammer. I'm not asking again, Robin. On your knees next to the whale, right now. He sniffled and moved past her. She didn't back away to give him more room. Her smirk telling him she knew he lacked the courage to make a lunge for the gun. He dropped to his knees next to Greg and stared up at her. Why? She pressed the gun's barrel against his forehead. Her smug expression stung him. Why do you think, Robin? To keep things interesting. I get bored easy. Besides, maybe you still have a chance. Rob's heart beat a rapid, desperate rhythm against his chest wall. She was playing some kind of game here, indulging in another sadistic exercise, but he couldn't figure out what the point was. Probably there wasn't one, not beyond drawing out the agony of anticipation anyway. He figured she'd meant to do this all along. Probably did this kind of thing all the time. Grabbed some guy and had a bit of fun with him. Maybe made him feel they had some kind of deeper connection, even in the face of so much insanity. And she would kill the poor fuck every time. He was just what he'd always been, the latest in a long line of marks and suckers. She pushed the gun harder against his forehead. Did you hear me, Robin? I said, you still have a chance. What do you think of that? I don't believe it. You're just fucking with me. Like always. She smiled. That's where you're wrong, baby. I'm gonna play a quick little game. Loser gets to eat a bullet. Winner gets to walk away from here with me. Close your eyes, bitches. Rob closed his eyes. He knew the other man had done the same. There was no denying Roxie, and they both knew it. Had no choice but to accept it. Rob began his own recitation of prayers, but he kept his mouth shut, kept it internal. He didn't want Roxie to hear. He prayed for his uncle and other close relatives. He prayed for Lindsay and Charlene. Prayed for other close friends. But he didn't bother asking God for forgiveness. He knew he didn't deserve it. The gun came away from his head. What's she doing? The need to know was almost overpowering, but the fear of her was even greater. He kept his eyes shut and finished his prayers, strove to keep his mind blank. He wanted to enter a meditative state, a gray, formless place, retreat mentally, and just let it happen. Eenie? He felt the gun barrel against his forehead again, and Roxie giggled. Meanie? The gun moved away from him. Miney? It came back. Mo. Away again. My. Back. Mother. Away. Told. And on it went, back and forth, until the barrel grazed his forehead again on the last syllable. It. Another giggle. So sorry, Robin. Greg heaved a big breath next to him. Oh, thank God. Thank you, God. Rob squeezed his eyes as tightly shut as he could get them, and found he was willing to send out a last-ditch prayer or two after all. He tensed, waiting for the explosion that would blow his head apart and send blood and brain matter flying across the forest floor. He was shaking so hard he barely noticed when the gun barrel moved from his forehead. But he did hear the boom of the gun. He screamed and opened his eyes in time to see Greg's body toppling toward him. He screamed again and scrambled out of the way. Greg hit the ground and didn't move. He was dead, with a ragged hole in the center of his forehead and a much bigger one at the back of his head. Rob whined and scooted away from the body, twisting around to stare up at Roxie through eyes wide with terror. His heart felt close to bursting. It was beating so hard and fast. He tried to speak, but couldn't catch his breath. Roxie was smirking and shaking her head. Oh, come on, Rob. It was just a game. I was never really gonna shoot you. You lost, remember? Rob stayed there on his knees for several more moments, panting hard and struggling not to hyperventilate. By the time he at last found his voice, the terror was surging inside him again. I wish you had killed me. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Holy fuck. I can't take any more of this. I can't. I swear. Roxie leaned toward him, holding out her free hand. Oh, stop being such a pussy. She fixed him with a steely, unyielding glare. I'm not gonna kill you, Rob. Not unless you put me in a position where I have to. And I don't think you're gonna do that. Are you? Rob took her hand and let her haul him to his feet. He looked her in the eye and said, You're crazy. You are fucking crazy. She opened his hand and pressed the gun into it, forced his fingers to wrap around the butt. She smiled and moved his hand so that the gun barrel was pressed against her belly. There. Now you're the one with the power. You can kill me. Be done with me. Go on. What are you waiting for? Rob's hand started to shake. Tears spilled from his eyes. Roxie wiped some of the tears away with the ball of a thumb. It's loaded, Rob. I'm not setting you up, and this isn't another game. You can kill me if you want. You really can. His shaking became more pronounced. He let go of the gun and it hit the ground with a thud. Roxie sighed. It's funny. I should feel relieved, but a little part of me is disappointed. Isn't that funny? Rob swallowed thickly. No, it's not funny at all. Sometimes I kind of want to die. Rob's eyes filled with tears again. Roxie. A small laugh. Oh, relax. You're not getting rid of me anytime soon. Rob kept shaking. This was all too much. He needed a tall bottle of liquor and a fistful of pills. He needed to make this all go away for a while. But he knew he was a long way from even that brand of empty solace. Roxie retrieved the gun and tucked it in a rear pocket. Come on, baby. She clasped hands with him and steered him back in the general direction of the road. Time's a-wastin'. Roxie had a few last things to attend to when they finally reached the road. She retrieved her overflowing tote bag from the Galaxy and stowed it in the Tercel. She switched out the Tercel's plates with plates stolen from yet another car. Those things accomplished, they got in the Tercel and drove away from there. Roxie was driving, and that was fine with Rob. He'd done enough of it for a while. He glanced at the rearview mirror and caught a last glimpse of the Galaxy's bright red finish before the road twisted and the deep woods swallowed the old car. He felt a pang at the loss of his grandfather's treasured antique, but it was a numb pain. Too much had happened. Maybe there would be time for sentimentality later. Time to grieve that lost link with his family's past. He looked at Roxie, saw her watching him, face devoid of any hint of a smile. No, probably not. He closed his eyes and tried, without much success, to make his mind blank. But he couldn't stop thinking. About all of it. The terror, the disconnection from his own life, all those dead bodies. So he opened his eyes again and watched the road ahead. Because he knew the truth. There would never be any escaping the horror surrounding him. It was too late to turn away. Too late to run or make a different choice. Too fucking late all around. 21. March 20th, 2010. Zebulon tied the girl to the motel room bed and went into the bathroom. He shut the door, went over to the toilet, and flipped the seat up. Moments later, he had his cock out and was pumping the engorged organ furiously with his fist. He closed his eyes and imagined it was the girl's mouth on him. The vivid image made him groan, and inside of a minute, he was shooting thick ropes of cum into the toilet water. He stood there, panting for a time, and stared at the floating discharge. The ejaculate looked like strands of cheap pearls drifting in water. He groaned again, and a feeling of intense relief flooded through him. Never in his adult life had he experienced a level of frustration even close to what he had been dealing with the past few days. Not even during his years in the institution, locked up for so long in that little room. That had been easy compared to the effort required to keep his hands off the girl. He flipped the toilet seat down, letting it bang shut, and pushed the flush handle. A gurgle of rushing water carried his spilled seed away. He shuffled over to the sink and stared at his reflection in the mirror mounted above it. His long hair was gone. The girl had cut it for him last night, after they'd cut her hair into that bob style and dyed it an unnatural shade of bright red. He had been wary of trusting the task to her, but Lulu had insisted. The scissors were long and sharp, a potentially very effective weapon. He had felt vulnerable, Another unfamiliar and unpleasant experience. But he wasn't in the habit of disobeying Lulu, and as usual, she had been right. The girl did not attack him, and that was a hard thing to figure out. She could easily have inflicted a very severe wound, perhaps even killed him. So why hadn't she?
I told you, Zeb. She's like you. Deep down, she knows it.
There was a new image in the mirror. Lulu had materialized and was standing a few feet directly behind him. He turned and faced her, folding his arms across his chest and leaning his butt against the edge of the sink.
Yeah, you keep saying that, but so far, I haven't seen any proof.
Lulu smiled.
You will, soon enough.
This was another thing he was having some trouble accepting. Until yesterday, Lulu had always been a disembodied voice in his head. Completely real, he knew, but there had never been any hint of a physical component to her existence. Until she appeared out of thin air last night, after the girl had drifted off to sleep. That had spooked him. Zeb had never been genuinely scared of anything in his entire adult life, but that had done it. One moment he was sitting on the edge of the bed, smoking a cigarette, and just thinking, and then, poof, there she was. Lulu was a dead ringer for Adrienne Barbeau, an actress he remembered from low-budget movies he'd seen on cable when he was young. She wore a tiny blue bikini and a necklace of withered human ears. The attire was bizarre, but it was her uncanny resemblance to the actress that initially made him think she was a hallucination. So, acting on the theory that no hallucination would have physical substance, he grabbed one of her large breasts. It had felt real enough, and pleasingly pliable beneath his probing fingers. The subsequent stinging slap across his face had felt just as real. She looked exactly the same as she had last night, except now she wore a red bikini instead of a blue one.
You really think she wants to kill?
She killed Clyde, didn't she? Zeb's expression darkened.
Yeah, in self-defense. Ain't the same thing as what you're saying. I gave her a chance to prove herself, and she couldn't do it.
Lulu made a clucking sound and shook her head. It's because you picked the wrong kind of victim. Find her someone she'd like to kill, and she'll do it. She'll do it, and she'll love it. You'll see, and then you'll have a new partner. A better one.
Zeb frowned. Wasn't nothing wrong with Clyde. He was my friend.
He was a nasty, disgusting piece of shit.
So? Most folks would say the same about me.
Lulu laughed. And they'd be right. You fuck corpses and eat human flesh. You are the very definition of disgusting, Zeb. But there's a difference. Clyde wasn't special. You are. And so is that girl.
That's another thing you keep saying that I don't get. Special how?
Lulu smiled again. That's not for me to say yet. Some things you need to figure out on your own. It'll all become clear in time.
I really want to fuck her.
Lulu's smile vanished. You can't.
Why not?
She approached him and jabbed a finger against his chest, the long nail pricking his skin. Shut up about this, Zebulon. The girl is special. That's all you need to know. You will not force yourself on her.
What if I just can't help myself?
Lulu reached up and clamped her hand around his throat. She forced him to his knees with astonishing ease and bent down close to him. Her hand was like a band of iron around his throat, and he struggled for breath as she spoke. If you violate her, I will punish you, and then I'll leave you. You will never see me or hear my voice again. I'll be gone forever, and you will never be the same. She let go of his throat. Zeb gagged and struggled to draw in breath. He got to his feet and managed to croak out an apology.
I'm sorry.
Lulu's expression remained dark. Not as sorry as you will be if you disobey me. Then she was gone. The space where she'd been occupied only by air now. He thought about what she'd said and tried to imagine life without Lulu. The prospect terrified him. So that was that. The girl was off limits, permanently. Christ. He hoped like hell Lulu was telling the truth about her. Hoped she was worth all this struggle and pain. The crazy man was talking to himself again. Well, talking to Lulu, which amounted to the same thing, as Lulu clearly originated from somewhere inside his fucked-up brain. She had almost gotten used to the strange one-sided conversations, but this time there was a new wrinkle. She was hearing both sides of the exchange. One part of it was in his usual gruff speaking voice, which normally was the only part she would hear, with Lulu's replies presumably only being audible inside his head. But now she was hearing the other side of the conversation too. A higher-pitched, almost squeaky voice. It was Zeb talking, but he was trying to make Lulu's contributions sound like they were actually being uttered by a woman. Upon hearing this, Julie had to suppress a giggle fit. It was so incredibly absurd. But then, he said something that removed any trace of humor from the situation.
I really want to fuck her.
By which he meant rape. Fucking was something you did with a willing partner, and while she might well be open to engaging in a lot of twisted activities, she knew for a fact she would never give herself to the creepy old necrophiliac willingly. The way he looked at her most of the time never failed to chill her. Those dead eyes made her feel like she had 1,000,000 invisible bugs crawling all over her body. Especially when he'd undress her and stare at her for a while, as he'd done prior to going into the bathroom. It didn't take a lot of imagination to figure out what he'd been doing in there prior to Lulu's arrival. The talk with Lulu got even stranger after a few minutes. It was hard to tell exactly what was going on in there, but she got the sense Lulu was administering some kind of physical punishment. Zeb made gurgling sounds and uttered a few strangled words, then spoke clearly, as Lulu in that ridiculous faux female voice. The latter sounded sort of like Mickey Mouse. Julie couldn't help it. That impression did make her giggle. The bathroom door banged open, and Zeb staggered out into the room. He came over to the side of the bed and stared down at her. He braced a knee on the edge of the bed and leaned over her to undo her bonds. He licked his lips and stared at her breasts.
Can't